Alright. The music is so scary. But today is Sunday, September 29th, 2024. I'm going to play some video games. Wow, video games. Amazing. Is it too loud? I don't know if it's too loud or not. I don't know. Can't tell. X speed looks fine. Hello, Blue Dragonfly. I'm super late today. No reason other than like... Well, I mean, there is a reason. I just kind of like did not sleep at the appropriate time. Ended up watching some random YouTube videos at night, and suddenly it was like 4 a.m. or something. I couldn't get to sleep, so I just woke up late. Yeah, it's I don't know, is it supposed to be super scary, this game? I don't know, actually, just by looking at the store page. I mean, again, art looks good. Has a BL vibe to it, to be honest. I don't know if it's marked as BL, you know, or tagged as it. It's all just guys, you know, just B shonens, it seems like. But yeah, but it looks good, so I wanted to check it out. I mean, let's see, I can look at the store page here. Again, I think I mentioned it before when I looked over these games in some previous stream. But basically, yeah, it's just this game. It's just a visual novel. However, English is not their native language, so you know that's always been a pet peeve of mine when someone makes a visual novel, but the English is not very good. So, I mean, I don't know. It's like it's not entirely their fault. It's just not as enjoyable if you're not really fluent in the language when you're making a game that is almost entirely dependent on the language carrying the media, you know. So that's a bit of a problem. But I guess we'll see. Again, the art looks really good though, so maybe I'll give it a pass. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, but these are the characters. This guy, this guy, and this guy. I don't know why they like. What's this? You know, like why they put little dashes. I kind of like they put too many dashes. I'm not sure. Like, did not take into account the different resolutions that people have on the computer screens or something. I'm not sure. I don't know why they put these little dashes. I think it's supposed to be like one line, but like why is it like multiple lines? It's weird. Anyway, this guy, this guy, this guy. Also, Espanol. I don't know. I do not know Spanish. But you know, the reason I mean, other than the art, and I think it's dark. This is a dating sim. I'm not sure if it's a dating sim or not. But you know, it's rated highly and everything. And this guy is like, holy shit, this is so freaking good. From the art and story, everything's 10 out of 10. You know, it's like, okay, this guy likes it. So sure. Maybe I'll try it out. Then again, sometimes when I listen to random opinions of strangers on the internet, you know, we might not have the same opinion. Sometimes people really love something, and actually I don't like it either at all. But I guess that's just subjective. You know, sometimes a game has like 5 million Steam reviews that are all positive, and they're like 10 out of 10, you know? And there's like one negative review on Steam, and then it lists out all the criticisms of the game, you know, one by one. It's like a million paragraphs, and I read it, and I'm like, yeah, actually, I agree with all of that. So it's like, turns out it's not the best game ever. It's like, it has all these problems, or at least, you know, sometimes not even the problem. It's just the type of game that I might not like that much. Often the problem is usually the maturity of the story, I guess. You know, sometimes I mean, especially indie games are written by, you know, young people. You know, people who are just really young, and I don't know, they try to tell a story that is way beyond their experience. You know, I don't know, they just assume a lot of things that just isn't reality. At least in my opinion. Again, obviously it's very subjective, but I do feel like sometimes like teenagers just write out like a really like dark story, and it's like doesn't really match the tone of like how people would act in real life, and it just makes me feel the immersion, you know, is broken, right? I don't know, but I do like stories. Well, that thing is, you know, that I'm such a, I guess, I don't know what the word is, but I'm so picky about that kind of thing because I do like those dark stories, though. I like dark stories that have characters and situations, you know, that make them confront their morality, you know, and they're like, and their personality and their philosophy, things like that. That's why you want the characters to act somewhat realistic, even in fantastical situations. They could be like a sci-fi setting or a fantasy setting, but people will always be people, you know. People will act usually like humans. So the psychological aspect of that, you know, is what makes it interesting to me. The drama between the characters, despite their circumstances or because of their circumstances. Anyway, I don't know. I'm tired. I just woke up. I was writing little random stuff. Anyway, I don't imagine this game is. Well, actually, I don't know how long this game is. Again, it's like this person. You know, I've noticed this YouTuber a lot. Your Game. I think they play a lot of like yaoi games or something. I don't know. But there's like no commentary though. They don't really do commentary. They just show the video. Which actually kind of reminds me randomly about No Commentary, or what was the name? I can't remember the name. Was it called No Commentary? No Commentary, Fear and Hunger. Was it that? Was it called that or something else? Can't remember. Yeah, it was No Commentary. By the way, random tangent. There was a channel called No Commentary, like literally just No Commentary. They did a lot of Fear and Hunger content. It was just a random Reddit thread referring to that, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I should mention this when I'm playing Fear and Hunger, but I don't know. I just want to mention it. I'm just reminded of it because there's this channel called No Commentary. That's just their name. They did a lot of Fear and Hunger content. Fear and Hunger 1 and 2, which, if you didn't know, are like, you know, RPG Maker games, the horror RPG Maker games. Slightly controversial. I don't know if it's controversial at all, but you know, it has some explicit stuff in it, so that's why not a lot of people know about it. I feel like that's a bit of a barrier actually when you have like, you know, like really like stuff that doesn't get past the ESRB rating. I guess is that the right word? ESRB. You know, like if Fear and Hunger were a video game, we would have rated A, you know, for adults only, and that makes it hard. It makes it hard for the game to sell. At least the first one. Second one, I'm not sure. Can't remember. I mean, there is like nudity and stuff. I don't know. Anyway. But the YouTube channel No Commentary, they made a ton of Fear and Hunger content. I played the first one as well on my channel, and they're interesting games. And you know, I watched a lot of their content actually, at least the first Fear and Hunger, because they covered a lot of like Easter eggs and secrets, you know, and they literally didn't have any commentary, but it was like a very interesting archive of all the different little things that can happen in Fear and Hunger, all the little events, you know, and sometimes they do little like funny challenge runs as well. I think they made a mod where like they added guns, you know, in first Fear and Hunger. Well, you can't have, you're not supposed to have guns in the first Fear and Hunger, but they added guns anyway. It was pretty funny. And they also made the famous like patch actually, so I could stream the game. They made the censor patch. I think the original patch had like pine cones actually that covered, you know, all the like explicit parts. I mean, infamously, like one of the enemies in Fear and Hunger, one of the first enemies, has I mean, you know, he has a giant penis basically. It's just a thing. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why, but like it's supposed to fit the whole horror theme, but like I don't know, it's worth it to have like a giant penis enemy in the game. But you know, they made like a censor patch. I think that's the one they made. They made the one where they replaced everything with like a pine cone pig or whatever. It was an item in the game. It's like really silly though. But they also made like a different patch, like an alternative patch that I feel like people know less about. But it's the one where like it's not a silly pine cone pig censor thing. It just simply censors like pixelated, you know, normal like censor, which is much more useful than what I use because it's still immersive, you know. Was it pixel or not pixelated, but like I guess blurry. It just blurs everything. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know why I'm going on this tangent because I'm reminded of No Commentary. But anyway, his channel got deleted for some reason at some point. You know, that's like really sad. Where did they go? I don't know. They're gone forever. Crazy. They even do, like, it's not like they got into drama or anything. How did they get into drama? They literally didn't talk. They had no commentary. That's the name. I don't know why they deleted their channel. I'm not sure. Might it just because? I don't know. You know, so many people are like, what happened to no commentary? Oh no. I don't know. People are just speculating, like Discord drama somehow. It's like, what Discord drama? I don't know. Not sure. But I like their work, especially the censor mod. The censor mod was very useful. So they even made one for the sequel, Fear and Hunger 2. I was gonna use. Oh well. Anyway, random tangents because I'm reminded of the death of no commentary. Truly a shame. If I finish this game, by the way, probably do this one. Fantastic Annihilation. The silly little clicker game about murdering everyone on Earth. I guess I don't know. And then maybe this one, if I have even more time. Just found like a random demo. I mean, it looks good. The only reason I haven't played it yet is because it was a demo. But, in case I want to fit an extra little thing I want to do, might as well play it, I guess. Looks good. It's like a cool main character. Looks like RPG Maker, just walking around, looking at things, like, looks interesting. Anyway. Be to God. Again, very ominous music. Let me know if it's too loud. Sometimes I feel like the music is a little bit too loud because I mess with the, how loud everything is in the game. Sometimes the game's too quiet, sometimes too loud. I put a limiter and everything, and even audio ducking. But I made the audio ducking less aggressive, because I feel like it actually makes editing harder sometimes. Because if you don't know what audio ducking is, it means that the game volume automatically lowers when I talk, basically. However, when I'm trying to edit sometimes, I'm trying to like make it so it transitions certain scenes, seamlessly. So sometimes when I'm just rambling about random stuff, I'm gonna like cut that part out. But when I'm trying to cut to like a different scene, I'm technically still talking, so I cut my talking part out, but then the game volume is still like lowering, so it's just kind of weird. Why is it lowering when I'm not talking? So that's why I made it less aggressive. But however, that makes it less guarantee that I'm able to be heard over the game, Anyway. But yeah, let's begin with this one. Even though I started late. Did I check preference? Yeah, I like text speed. So a lot of developers have it like max text speed. I like it over here. I don't know. I always like it like fast, but still scrolling. Is it just me? I don't know. Also, Inglas. There's Español and Inglas. Why is it Inglas? It should be English. Speak American. No, actually, in America, I don't know if it's official second language, but don't a lot of people learn Spanish in America? Kind of like if you learn French in Canada. So I've forgotten everything about French. I don't remember anything about French. I haven't really used the language, so I've just forgotten everything. Also, I didn't like French class. I kind of didn't like it. It's, I don't really complain a lot about like classes in school. Actually, people always have this thing where they don't like certain subjects or they don't like certain teachers or whatever. Never really had a problem with any of my teachers, really, except French. I just didn't like French, and my French teacher was like rude to me at some point. One time, I remember just distinctly, and I didn't like it. So, French has a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know. It caused me to just instinctually just not like French people, and But that's not my fault. It was the French teacher's fault. Okay. And anyway. Okay. So let's do like a little introduction, I guess. How would I introduce it? Like, I don't know. To be honest, there's not much of a summary of the game. It just says you're controlling a puppet, apparently. I don't know what that means. Wish there was a more descriptive summary or synopsis or premise I can use. Sometimes if I go on the developer's store page, well, not store page, well, I don't know what you call it, but no, it just says visual novel game. Right. Also, is this game tagged as horror? It says it's tagged as dark. I'm not sure. It's technically not tagged as horror, but it is tagged as yandere. So I don't know. That to me, that's horror. I don't know. All right. I still don't know how to like introduce the game. It's like. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It says like controlling a puppet. I guess I'll just say that. Hello, welcome to Eat a God, the visual novel developed by Sophis MBM, available on itch.io, and apparently, you control a puppet and interact with certain characters in this game. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but I guess we will see. I don't think this game is tagged as horror necessarily, but I think it might have some dark themes. So, you know, viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin. Alright. Is it lore dumping time? In the garden, there are 7 symbols to which we must worship. Each one represents a concept linked to the creation of the garden. The symbols are entities generated by the creator to maintain the order and functioning of the garden. All beings born under the command of the garden have a limited connection with a representative symbol, depending on the day they were born. No one is born on Sundays. Sundays are a sacred day. It is said that the symbols choose 6 people after the candle festival to consume them, in the hope that one of them is the reincarnation of the creator. Okay, you're smearing blood on that paint. Your character's past does not matter. It's just another body for you to take. Something you're already used to, I guess. Welcome to the garden, a place used as a test. A disposable place after finishing... a disposable place after finishing playing it? That's a weird sentence. I don't know if I mentioned... I did mention it, but, you know, I don't know if I mentioned... I guess after I did the introduction, this game... it looks like it's originally in Spanish, so the English might not be perfect. But I guess we'll see. The game is simple. You must not let the other characters find out that your puppet is connected to you. Your puppet will be sent as a gift for the symbols, and you should act as if you belong there. Let me... that's scary. A disposable place after finishing to... I still don't understand this sentence. I guess it's like, welcome to the garden, a place used as a testing ground. You know, it's not just a test, it's like a testing ground. A disposable place after finishing playing it. I still don't understand what that means. Like, it's... I don't know. It's a disposable... Or it's a place that's disposable for you to play in, I guess. Maybe that's how you're supposed to say that? I don't know why. What do you mean finishing? What do you mean after finishing playing it? That makes... That's a weird sentence. It's a very confusing sentence. I don't know what that means. Anyway, your puppet will be sent as a gift for the symbols, and you should act as if you belong there. Okay? Please don't do anything that is outside what is stipulated. Even if you are given the opportunity. Don't do it. You can't tell me what to do. You feel like you fall on a hard surface which scrapes your knees. It's a sharp knock, which makes a strange echo in the place? It's a sharp knock which makes a strange echo. You can hear the sound of silverware being scraped on the plate. And then dead silence. Something is wrong. I guess save the game. Sure, I will open my eyes. You look where you have fallen and realize that you're on a table. You fell right on a cake, causing your entire hand and part of your knee to be stained with chocolate. Okay. Hey, the voice was heard, or has heard behind you? Again, weird. I have to deal with the awkwardness of the English, I feel like. But yeah, I think it's like the voice was heard, or a voice was heard behind you, like a voice was heard behind you, or you hear. Okay, well, actually, the better way would be like you hear a voice behind you. You know, that makes more sense. You hear a voice behind you. Reflexively, you turn your body and head to see who it is. It's weird, like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's a better way to flow that sentence. In front of you is a man who looks back at you in amazement. And before you can ask what's going on, he interrupts you. Are we disturbing dinner? You shouldn't be here. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe the distribution mechanism has broken down again. I have to do everything myself. There's no one here who's responsible enough to check if everything is in order. You feel You feel like invisible hands. No, that makes sense here. You feel like invisible hands grab your body and plunge you into the void. Little by little, you sink into a dark void that envelops you. The sensation is strange, warmly strange. Okay. It's funny how the characters are drawn really well, but the backgrounds are like in crayon for some reason. I guess they spent as long on the background art. What the hell? There's no information about you. This can't be possible. Save the game. This is strange. I'm going to run away from this guy that, to me honest, just reminds me of like Lucifer or something. It's always like a well-groomed guy and like, I don't know, like a dress shirt with tie. And it's like, he slick back hair, It's like, for some reason, that just makes me think of Lucifer. Like, it's always like a guy, like in almost any fictional media, it's just like a representation of Satan. So I leave. I go home. The instinct to flee and run kicks in, and taking advantage of the man's distraction, your legs start moving. Without waiting for the man to react, you run to the door in front of you. It's open. You reach what appears to be the main entrance. As you run, you feel that no one is chasing you. When you look back, you don't see the man behind you. You look ahead again, and the man appears in front of you as if he had teleported. Oh, okay, he's freaking Goku. Instant transmission. I'm sorry. I can't let you leave the domain. What's that remind me of? Like, I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. I guess, well, it reminds me of HAL 9000, I guess, like, open the pod bay doors, HAL. I can't let you do that, Steve, or whoever. I don't remember the characters in that movie. You feel him pushing you against. You feel him push you against the ground and fall with him on top, or fall with him on top, or I don't know. You feel him push you against the ground and him falling on top of you. That makes more sense to me. His left hand travels to your neck while the other is slowly placed around your heart, or on your heart. Without much effort, his hand goes through your ribcage, breaking bones and organs. Okay, it literally just grabs through your body. Great. You could just do that, I guess. The last thing you see is how the man examines you closely. Oh yes, Kalima. Your vision begins to blur. Well, obviously that's a bad ending. You can't just run away from the scary man. That's not a thing you could do. Reload. What happens if I reload here? Alright. What happens if I just close my eyes when you first appear? Close your eyes. You'll be here soon. Or I forget the lyrics. Of Amori. The Mori song that plays at the ending. You keep your eyes closed for a moment, but you hear a voice clearing his throat awkwardly. And then suddenly it's Spanish. Hold on. The developer, he didn't translate this one line. What does it say? You know, with the power of technology, I can probably translate this. I guess I have to like save the image. Translate Google. Oh, I could pay some. I'll just do it from here. I took a screenshot, so that. Oh, that didn't work. Oops. Put that over there. Put over there. The text language. It says here, you decide to open your eyes to see where you are. Okay, that's the translation, by the way. So hello, Sergeant Barley. Oh yeah. So that's what that means. It says you decide to open your eyes and to see where you are. Okay, so it just goes back here anyway. It doesn't matter. That choice doesn't matter actually. If you open or close your eyes, come on. What if I could just continue to close my eyes? What if I just never open my eyes? How about that? Can't tell. Why is the game telling me what to do? You know. All right. So back here. I guess I don't need to save. I guess we'll just ask what's happening. You know, what typical video game protagonist and just like, what's going on? Who are you? What's happening? I can't see the connection to your symbol. Apparently, you're not a subject. Pardon me, I was wrong. Welcome. I've been waiting for you. Mother said she would send them a new toy. The word toy doesn't sound right. You feel a small, tingle? Tingle. I feel like it's tinge, not tingle. I mean, tinge, a small tinge of discomfort makes more sense to me. I don't know, a small tingle of discomfort at the strangeness of the situation. But you remember that you had to put on a good face. Act natural. Like you really belong here. After what happened to the last one, I really hope you last longer. You really don't want to know what happened to the last one. My name is Nula, owner of the Void. Nice to meet you. I'm just, casual owner of the Void. Don't worry about it. Before we leave, I need your name. What's your name? Ascribe to number. Why? What parts of the game is still untranslated? I guess I'll just use my name. I don't know. I don't like using my name. I don't like using my name. Can I use? Is there like a default name for the protagonist? No. It's not. Okay, I guess I'll just put Slider. Because then I read it, you know, and then I have to be like, "Hello, Slider. I'm going to stab you now, Slider. You're a bitch, Slider." You know, he's like I'm talking to myself, insulting myself. Sometimes I don't know. Weird. Fine. I'll just put Slider. I'm Slider. Welcome to the Void. Nula extends his hand to you to squeeze it tightly in greeting. Despite the seconds passing, he doesn't let you go. You feel how his gaze devours your soul. It seems like he was looking for something. Fair game. What's it? Hearts, you know? It didn't seem like a very heartful game. I look away. You can't steal my soul. I look away. You look away, you can't stand the way Luna's eyes makes holes, or Luna's eyes make holes in your head. Your eyes travel to where yours hands? No, your eyes travel to where your hands still connect. You're the first to let go of your hand, causing Nula to snicker. I guess Mother gave you life and didn't explain anything to you. How negligent of her. Today you will attend at the hotel, or you will attend at the hotel? You will. I don't know. I guess that makes sense if you're like serving somebody at the hotel. Like you're not visiting the hotel. You're the employee. I don't know. Today you will attend at the hotel. Are you at the hotel? You will attend the hotel. Makes more sense to me. You will attend the hotel. You will serve as a waiter in the dining room. Today some symbols will come because they have a meeting at my hotel. You will serve as. I feel like. What's the word? well, people who are not native English speakers, they do this thing. They do a thing where they don't use contractions, but then they use shortenings. I don't know, it's weird because he's using cuz. If you're saying cuz, that means the language is casual. However, it contrasts with you will. If you're making the conversation casual, then you have to contract you will to you'll. I feel like if you're talking casually anyway. If you're mixing up you will with cuz, then that sounds weird because you will is more formal, at least in writing. So like instead of saying you will serve as a waiter, it's like you'll serve as a waiter. You'll serve as a waiter. That's more casual. Generally speaking, contracting words makes everything more casual. But if you mix and match, it just sounds weird. You're like a weirdo if you mix and match. If you're shortening words, but then not shortening other words, it just sounds weird. Anyway, that's a bit of a just a thing I noticed. Even like native English speakers, I guess, don't even understand that. They know that, they just don't. When they write, they might not like notice it. But basically, yeah. So I'm assuming now Nula has a more casual. Is he more casual? If he's more casual, then he shouldn't be. He should be contracting his words here. But he'll be like, you'll serve as a waiter in the dining room. Today some symbols will come, because they have a meeting at my hotel. If you serve them well, maybe they'll take you as an apprentice. They will, Sounds weird. Like, again, if the character is being formal, then that's, they would be like, they will, or they I am, and things like that. That's more formal. But if you're just talking casually, you would contract all your... Actually, what do you call this? I forget the word, to be honest. I am a bit of a... what's the word? I'm very picky on grammar, I guess. Though my grammar is not the best either, to be honest. I feel like there are people who are way more who scrutinize even more than me. I feel like, but at least on the internet, I feel like I'm always the bad guy. I'm like, no, you didn't do it right, They'll the contraction. What do you call it? Contracting. I don't know. It's not verbs. It's obviously not verbs. Anyway, contractions. Just contractions, basically. If you serve it well, maybe they'll take you as an apprentice. But now you're just a toy, so be careful. See, here you go. See, this is a contraction. Now he's using contractions. Why is he suddenly using contractions, but he wasn't using it before? Right, so that's the thing. Like I don't know. Either it has been machine translated, like Google Translate, or again the person translating it is not aware of that, and they're like translating it a little bit too literally, But anyway, but now you're just a toy, so be careful. The entity that calls himself Nula touches your forehead, and you feel again how invisible hands grab your limbs to push you down. With this, the ground swallows you in total blackness. Blackness? Darkness? That's weird to me. It's like, I never see the word blackness used very much, I feel like. It's mostly darkness. The darkness, sounds cooler. Like the darkness. Anyway, don't be scared. We'll soon reach our destination. Again, I'm assuming... Like, yeah, why is he contracting that? And that, yeah, he's not contracting this. If he's fully formal, he'd be like, do not be scared. We will soon reach our destination. But if he's being casual, he'll be like, don't be scared. We'll soon reach our destination. He's just mixing and matching, which is weird. I don't know. If it's intentional, then, maybe I'm the crazy one. But grammar-wise, it doesn't make sense for a character to just contract some words and not contract others. It's one or the other, Despite not seeing anything, you can feel like you're floating in the void. Yeah, you are floating in the void. Now, the narration, though, being formal, I guess is okay. Remember that. Out of nowhere, a strange pressure is exerted on your body, causing you to feel like you're falling. And sure enough, you fall on your hands on a cold floor. You look around, and the place has changed. You no longer find yourself in the same kitchen as before. Now it is a larger one, similar to the kitchens that are in restaurants. We have arrived. You look up to find Nula, who is standing next to you. But he... Okay, well now there's contractions. Why there's contractions, sometimes there isn't. I think it's just an inconsistency. I feel like. I don't know. If you're gonna use contractions, you have to use it for all of your words then in that case. Not just use it sometimes. That doesn't make any sense. But he doesn't look at you. Beyond, near the knives, there's a strange looking person. Nula looks at him. Hey, Fames! Fames? I guess it's pronounced Fames? Hey, Fames. The funny-looking man jumps when he hears Nula. When you look more closely, you realize that he's wearing a mask that prevents you from seeing his features. I'm just gonna assume it's always contractions, even though the person who translated forgot to to add the contractions. I'm assuming it's the developer, really. Mr. Nula. I thought you wouldn't come today. He didn't sound very happy with Nula's arrival. I had a little problem. Does it have to do with the smelly creature next to you? Smelly? You tilt your head slightly to verify his statement, finding you don't even smell like anything at all. I mean, well, usually you can't really smell your own body scent, unless you're really stinky, I guess. Something like that. Mr. Nula. That thing smells like a human. Bit of a typo there. I have to return him to the warehouse. You should check your senses, Fames. It's breaking down. This is the new toy the mother has sent to entertain the symbols. But the last one was broken by, Queenke? How do I pronounce that? Queenke? That was because Queenke is an animal. He doesn't take care of his things. That's why you banned him from the hotel. In a way, you feel like you're the third wheel in the conversation. It's not like you have much to contribute either. Anyway, I have faith in this creation. There's something different. They feel different from the others. They feel different from the others. The only difference is that it reeks of human. Maybe they'll like that. Fames leaves to go and search for a plate. When he returns, you can appreciate what's there. Nola does the same from his side. It's meat. Nula looks at Fames with a smug face. If you let them attend to the symbols, you might save one of your employees from losing their lives. Lately, the symbols have been very displeased. Okay, now that I'm looking at them, now there's more context. So it is kind of like this hotel setting, I guess. Even though in the beginning it's just saying this is like a testing ground, you know? Well, technically I translated to like a testing ground. I feel like that's the case. Or it's like, or like this is like a, I don't know if you call it a simulation or not, but it's just a place. And there's these symbols. Symbols, I guess, represent these special entities that probably have superpowers. And Nula is more like a manager. I mean, he's a hotel manager. That's why he has a vest, you know? And this is the chef, obviously. They also mention humans, and how, like, humans don't exist here, so they're not human, though. They're not exactly human. Okay, you win. Now please stop interrupting my work. Nula detaches himself from Fames and begins to walk towards the door that appears to be the exit from the kitchen. I'll see you later. You're in charge of Fames. Goodbye. What an idiot. Well, I need you to attend to the symbols will arrive shortly. Meanwhile, prepare the table for them. Fames shows you the table where the symbols will come and explains that they're away from the normal public. Because they have important topics to discuss among themselves. They're away from the... I mean, I guess that's not the weirdest sentence in the world. Anyway, I'm sure, because sometimes when the sentence feels weird to me, I'm like, is it translated correctly, you know? Anyway, they explain that they're away from the normal public. Or like, they're hidden from public, yeah. Like I would change it to, and explains they're hidden from public at the moment because they have important topics to discuss among themselves. I guess that's what I would say. Like they're hidden. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, depends, right? I don't know what the context is. Fames has also instructed you that the food must be placed on the table before they arrive. Now you find yourself without supervision. Okay. You know how we tried escaping last time? How that didn't work? Well, let's do it again, just for fun. You look everywhere, looking for traces of Nuala fames, but there's nothing but empty tables. Something in your stomach tells you that you shouldn't do it, a bad omen. But your desire to free yourself and escape from here is stronger. You walk at a slow pace to not attract attention, pretending you're looking for something. The front door is closed, so you can't go out that way. Instead, there's a staircase that leads down. Why is this one all glitchy? I don't know if this choice matters. I will go down the stairs in normal fashion with proper capitalization. You decide to go down to inspect the place. Maybe there'll be an exit there. The place is dark, so you can barely see your feet. When you reach the end of the stairs, you find a door. Trying your luck, you touch the handle. The door opens without too much effort. I got some meat. You're shocked to find that there are hanging bodies in this place. Without wanting to look anymore, you prepare to run from there, but a hard body prevents you. Where's Nuala? Who gave you permission to come here? He has a freaking gun. I guess this is America? You're not doing what they're asking of you. I won't risk my reputation or Mother's. Mother does not make failed creatures. And I can't stand incompetent apprentices either. Nuala points his gun at your forehead and without second thought, pulls the trigger. Headshot. Okay. Not even like a bam, you know? There's no sound effect, you know? It just fades to black. I was expecting to be like boom, you know? Okay. Actually, I don't know if this first matters. What if I go downstairs with all caps? Same thing, I guess. What if I go down the stairs, but like it's with glitchy text? Same thing, okay. It doesn't matter. That choice doesn't matter. Alright. Okay, well, let's just do our job. I guess we have a new position as a waiter. What's the salary? You know, do we get a salary? Do waiters get salaries? Don't they do a thing? It depends on the restaurant, I guess, but it's more like they get paid in tips. You know, they get like a very minimum salary. I mean, depending on the law, I guess. I'm not sure. I think it used to be, well, I don't know. In some places, you know, waiters and waitresses are paid like a normal wage, but in some other places, and the laws might have been changed, but I think in some other places they're paid like way less than minimum wage, but the idea that they're supposed to make it up in tips, right? But obviously it's a little controversial. So what happens if the restaurant or the manager is, you know, like doesn't care about the law and they just take all the tips? I don't know. Which can happen to people who are in vulnerable positions, like for example, people who are like who don't know better, you know, or like, you know, they're like immigrants or something. They don't understand how the laws work, things like that. I've heard sometimes though, you know, waiters, they make a lot of money actually, way more than minimum wage, because of the tips as well. Depends on the restaurant. I don't know. That's like scary to me, you know. It's like having that much of a fluctuation in your income doesn't seem very stable. You shouldn't risk escaping. It's better to do what they ask for and act normal. You set the table very carefully. From time to time, Fames passes you by to inspect how you're doing. Once he considers that you've finished setting the table, he calls you to the kitchen. In this case, you don't get a salary, yeah? I mean, yeah, you don't get a salary. I mean, normally you get a wage in real life. But I'm pretty sure in this game, though, I think you're working for free. You're working for exposure, you see. He explains that you have to put the starter dishes, and then you will have to wait for the symbols to arrive. While Fames prepares the dishes, he tells you that only 5 symbols are coming today. Each one has an intimidating aura, and all are very prone to responding immeasurably to his workers if they don't like something.
Especially Unam. He has those two eyes that follow you everywhere. I heard that those eyes are taken from Quarter in a fight. I hate that brat. Once Famous finishes preparing the starters, he leaves them on the counter and reluctantly wishes you good luck. There are 5 dishes, but due to your lack of extra hands, you only take 2. 1 plate on each side. You walk the same route you've been doing, but as you approach the table, you see something that's not right. It's not empty. Okay, people. From the shock, you almost drop your plates. There are 2 people sitting comfortably at the table that are supposed to be for the symbols. They look at you. The blonde with the ridiculous crown looks at you expectantly, while the redhead smiles at you from ear to ear. Its teeth remind you of a shark's. There's a moment when none of you takes the initiative or reacts, but the 2 don't seem nervous. It seems they're waiting for you, or it seems they're waiting for your reaction so they can continue with their things. Or they continue with their things? You know, that's just weird. That's not a thing you say in English. Continue with their things. I don't know. I feel like I'm not sure what they're saying here, but I think you should just say, it seems they're waiting for your reaction. You know, and that's it. Cut off the sentence there. I'm not sure what the developer is trying to say with the second half of the sentence. Or maybe there's like, so they can continue their conversation with each other or something? I'm not sure. Anyway. I saved the game. I'm assuming these are the symbols. You know? They're like ultra powerful beings that were supposedly introduced in the beginning of the game. They're like super powerful. There's like 6 of them. They're born on each day of the week, except Sunday. What if I told them to leave? I'll be like, now you suck. You guys are ugly. Go away. You can't let these people sit at a table that's already reserved for symbols. You look at them again, and they're definitely not the 5 diners that Fames described. Stealing yourself, you clear your throat before speaking to make your request. Okay, okay, so they're not symbols? How do we know that? I'm not sure. I kindly ask you to leave the table. Or I kindly ask you to leave this table. It's reserved for special people. The redhead looks at you strangely, as if he didn't expect that response from you. You have vision problems? The redhead asks you while looking at the blonde. Must be the surprise that Nula told us about. The blonde's voice resonates both around you and inside your head. A chill runs through your body. Ah, it's Mother's new gift. It's now that you realize that these must be some of the symbols. I thought we said that they didn't match the description. Now they do. You don't know how to answer that, so you decide to look beyond the table and you realize that Nula's watching you with an intense gaze. Can I be the first to use them? We must wait for the others. They said that it'd be late because Kinke was throwing a tantrum. We have to wait at least an hour. There's an awkward silence before the blonde breaks it. Between you and Kinke, I don't know who is worse. The redhead narrows his eyes, looking at the blonde with anger, but he doesn't say or refute anything. Instead, he chooses to look at you, and crossing his arm, he says, Well, we can make the most of our time and start, so when the others arrive, we'll be ready. Besides, I never get the essence, only the trashy parts. What would I gain if we started earlier? You always complain that they break it too quickly. Besides, the time you take when it's your first turn, it takes forever. Quattro says it's because you like to talk to the gift before devouring its essence. You're strange. That's none of your business. You wouldn't understand anyway. I know. How about we make the most of our time and do that thing you do with the gift? To talk to the gift? We would have to seal the table. Oh, Nula to do it. Nula. In a blink of an eye, Nula materializes next to you with his gaze fixed on the blonde. His Holiness Septim. Apparently that's his name. The tone used by Nula for blonde, Septim, is a totally surly one. As if he had an aversion to just naming the blonde's title. I guess he doesn't like it. It needs something else? I want you to seal the table for a while.
Hey, but I don't want you to hear what I talk about with the gift. I want privacy.
And what do you propose? I could let the gift choose.
You assume they're talking about you. You look directly into Nula's eyes and feel like how he stares at you, implicitly commanding you not to refuse. Oh, we've never done this before. It sounds interesting.
Well, who will you choose?
Okay. What's El Palarillo? Why is it not translated? So weird. Also, we're the gift? I thought we were the waiter. Why are we suddenly the main dish? I mean, I don't know what this means. I actually want to translate it, just so I know what it says. I could just type it. Spanish to English. How do I spell it? P E L I. Oh, it just means
El pelirrojo.
El pelirrojo. It means the redhead. Okay, I guess that's what that means. Great. So Septim, Nula, or the redhead, I guess. Why do we have a choice to pick Nula? That's kind of weird. Why isn't Nula not really part of this? He's just the manager. Why do we want to talk to the manager suddenly? But I don't know. Why not? I'm gonna pick Nula because it'll be funny. You know, it's like not what I feel like these two guys want. So Nula looks taken aback by your choice, but he quickly prepares to answer. Oops, sorry, I don't have permission to do that. Okay, you can't actually pick him. You know, so we either have Septim or the redhead. Sure, why not? I'll choose Septim. I mean, either one of them I feel like is going to kill me, but sure.
Well, you did well. Now comes the hard part. If you want to survive by the time the meeting begins, you must get yourself accepted as an apprentice. Or, I don't know, I thought the Septim was saying this, or it's just narration. You must get yourself accepted as an apprentice. Otherwise, your puppet's body will be devoured. Because, you know, his words are always shaking as well, so I thought he was saying that. I guess that was narration, so yeah, that's the goal, I guess. We have to be accepted as an apprentice, otherwise we'll be literally eaten. Okay. Nula, you can seal the table now. In a matter of seconds, you stop seeing the redhead and Nula, leaving you only your Septim at the table. A few seconds of silence pass. You assume that you should take the lead and start the conversation. If not, you fear that he'll get bored of you and eat you. I guess that's just the thing they do. And you can't last that long standing like an idiot under Septim's judging gaze, which is a little scary. You should think about it a little before making a decision. I immediately try to escape. You're not gonna lick this clown's boots! Your standards, darling! Darling? Who's saying that? Darling! So that Septim guy can put his judging gaze up his ass, apparently. You're not here to be his personal clown. Or period? I guess just period. I don't know why there's a T. I'm sorry, but I'm not to anyone's games. Having said that, you prepare to run to where the stairs are located. There'll surely be an exit nearby. When you try to run, you realize that something is wrong. You're not moving forward. It's like you're running on an invisible treadmill. I mean, they literally said that I sealed the place. It's like, escape is impossible. Where do you think you're going? You're the first gift that dares to escape from me. If you were with Unum, he would surely be impressed. He would even congratulate you. But it's a shame you didn't choose him. Boo-hoo. The only rule here is to respect your senior ranks. And you have the audacity to disrespect me. You should thank me for even giving you my time and showing my presence to you. Worm. I have no choice but to punish this offense. I'm sure the others will understand. To your horror, Septim begins to approach, quite close, although without invading your personal space. Unable to run or advance further, you can only expect the worst. You are the worst gift so far. Had faith that you'd be different, but it is not. Or it is not this sense? I don't know why I don't understand this sentence. What does he mean? It's like, I had faith that you'd be different, but not this time, I guess, or something, I don't know. Or it is not the case. I guess it'd be like, but it is not the case. Or it's not the case, I guess. Septim grabs you by the collar and lifts you to his level. You try to let go, but it's in vain. You feel your chest being broken and an urging hand that searches your organs for something specific. When he finds it, you're already losing your sight. I guess he also eats our heart. That's what Nula did before. Everyone just eats us. Devoured by the 7th. Apparently he's the 7th? Oh, wait. Interesting. Because usually, you know, in the freaking beginning of the game, they said there would be only 6. You know, 6 symbols, you know, or 6 chosen ones, or whatever. But that's the 7th one, apparently. Alright. Septim hit us with the 0-2 treatment. 0-2? Are you talking about... Well, I never watched that anime. Wasn't that mecha anime, I think? Where the dude, like, for some reason is handling the lady's butt, you know? And that's how they control the mecha or something? I don't know. Something like that. You know, when I think of a seal, though, I think of, I guess, reality marbles, you know? It's a concept that was introduced in Fate Stay Night. It's the infamous, or not infamous, but, you know, the famous unlimited blade works kind of thing going on, you know? Anyway, let's back here. What happens if I just introduce myself? Do I just got a normal introduction? Or do I just say hi? You suppose these must be the symbols that Nula and Fames have been talking about. In a way, it is difficult for you to imagine that they could take the life of someone who works here. Well, they look pretty friendly. Without making them wait or take a chance, you decide to present yourself. My name is Slider. Today I will be assisting you. The redhead looks at the blonde with a toothy smile, but the blonde only looks at you. Kinda makes you feel nervous in your stomach. Hey Septim, isn't this mother's gift to us? It's similar to the previous one, but better. The eyes. They have something in them. Indeed. They have something captivating about them. You don't know how to answer that, yada yada. Okay, same thing. I feel like it's the same thing. It's just gonna end up the same way. Let's see. Alright. Let's see. You know, if you introduce yourself, it just branches back to the same option as before. What if we introduce ourselves as the player? You know, what if we just break the fourth wall suddenly for no reason? I know it may sound strange, but I'm nothing more than a vessel that's linked to an entity from another plane, you know, even though I was explicitly told not to tell you guys that. I'm just gonna tell you anyway. Isn't that funny? They control me, and right now they've broken one of the rules that they were initially told not to break. Haha. And that's enough. If the later some characters have problems, it'll be your own fault. Let's continue. Haha. The blonde's voice resonates both around you and inside your head. A chill runs through your body. Don't laugh so loudly. I didn't remember they could make such bizarre stories. You don't know how to answer that. Okay, same thing. Never mind. Seems like no matter what you choose, you just end up in the same path. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's go back. Actually, I maybe finish up, because before I do the redhead, I want to finish up Septim's thing, so what if I do it properly this time? Alright, so we're back with Septim. And I guess we will... I don't know, I mean, we can also... depends, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's like, how many endings are there, you know? What if I sit in the chair without their permission, you know? But what if I'm rude? What if I don't escape immediately, but I'm a little bit rude? You know? You decide to sit as if the place belonged to you under Septim's surprised gaze. I'm sure he didn't expect that. You're already 2 steps ahead. What was that video that came out recently at the time recording this? Was it Nikado Avocado or something like that? Which I don't know much about him. I actually did watch like a couple videos from that guy. He's like a mukbang YouTuber. Like I read about him and like how he initially started as like I think like a vegan YouTuber, but then he transitioned to just mukbang and ate a lot of food, and that's his thing. Like he's a very big YouTuber. I don't mean his weight, but recently he put out a video where, like, as it turns out, he pre-recorded a bunch of videos of him just eating food and stuff, right? And he lost a lot of weight, and actually he's not as heavy anymore. He looks like normal sized, I guess. And it's like his video is typed like 2 steps ahead or whatever. It's all clickbait though. A lot of his videos are clickbait and stuff. Like I think it's, as far as I know, I don't really watch his content, but as far as what I read about anyway, apparently a lot of it's like just fake drama. It's like he pretends it's like a big drama every time in the video, and makes it seem like it's like, oh no, it's like I'm going insane, as he eats like a bunch of noodles or something, right? That's his main content, right? He's just eating a bunch of food, and it's like boo hoo, I'm breaking up my boyfriend or something like that. I think he has a boyfriend or something. That's like a whole drama thing. I think fake. I'm not sure. It's very confusing. It's like blurring the lines between like reality and fiction. Kind of like ironically, it's like a lot of reality TV shows, right? Like actual like reality TV shows, the genre, which despite its name, it's often scripted and not actually based on reality. It's weird. And it's a weird contrast too, of like YouTube just in general, and like Twitch and streaming and social media. I feel like, I don't know, like back when the internet was starting to have this thing, where people make YouTube videos, what made it interesting to me, like why I like to watch YouTube videos rather than just TV shows, was because people were more genuine on the internet, right? It seemed like people were like, not scripted. They just spoke like normal people instead of this whole like production value in TV show and this whole thing where everything's basically fake and scripted, right? But then, as everything got commercialized and monetized and everything, we went back to making everything like a TV show, and then there's even ads, and sponsorships they always add in the middle of the videos as well. Everything is so monetized, and like, what's going on? Why do we regress back to TV shows? That's not why I like YouTube videos. The whole point of YouTube videos is that it's just a dude or just normal person just doing something. That's what I'm trying to do anyway as well. I'm not trying to like make this whole like weird fake drama, but it works, it makes you money, I guess. I don't know. There's also the whole Mr. Beast controversy as well. I don't know if I can get into that, because I don't even know. Again, I don't watch Mr. Beast's content. I just know he's like a big YouTuber too. There's like a whole thing there too, where it's basically a very similar thing. It's like a reality show where a lot of it's just scripted, and it really is just a TV show, right? But it's like even worse because it's like there's less I guess Overwatch, or not the game, but what's the word, like for making sure like safety regulations are being like followed and stuff like that, right? Which you would normally have for like normal TV shows, but now it's just made by random people who might not have that oversight, I guess. Anyway, it's either a reference or coincidence. Well, 2 steps ahead's a common phrase. It's what's his name? Nikado, right? Nikado Avocado didn't invent that. That's not like a thing he invented. It just reminds me of that. It's a bit of a coincidence, I guess. Yeah, oversight. I thought of Overwatch for some reason. Overwatch? Oversight? That's how I feel, but I don't know. I'm gonna go on a tangent now. This is just opinion, and I haven't done much research, but again, like Mr. Beast, from what I've heard, apparently, a lot of his productions and shows or like episodes or whatever of his videos and everything, he always does this big dramatic thing, like where he puts people in like a contest, or they do some kind of competition, right? As it turns out, one of his like little like episodes or videos has caused a lot of people to sue him because I think I can't remember which one it was, like a Squid Game thing, or I don't know if it's a Squid Game thing, but you know, it's like a bunch of people who were like contestants were just living in bad conditions, you know. Like they weren't given food and stuff, or they didn't get their medicine or whatever. It was just sloppy, basically. It wouldn't be something that you would see in like an actual like properly produced TV show with actual people making sure all the regulations are being followed. You know, this was just like a random company just taking the money and doing whatever, right? So it's like it's weird though, because you're making essentially the same thing as like a TV show, but you're not really following the regulations. So like you end up like with like this really sloppy thing behind the scenes, where a bunch of people sue you. I guess I don't know. I've always just I don't know. Look. I'm going on a tangent. This is good. This is gonna be a random tangent. But again, Mr. Beast, like I've always had my suspicions. You know, I'm always suspicious of rich people. Okay, the number one before the whole Mr. Beast controversy. I'm not saying like I'm a hater, you know, necessarily, but I'm it's just not unexpected, you know. I've always suspected that something was going on here, right? Because there's no way this guy is making so much money and nothing is happening behind the scenes. Because people always give the excuse, you know, on the internet comments, you know, this Mr. Beast guy, even though he's like so clickbaity and obviously he's doing this thing, he's playing the algorithm and like making this whole shebang or whatever, and you know, and a lot of videos, you know, are seemingly charitable, and people always say it's like, you know, even though this Mr. Beast guy is like so obviously narcissistic, you know, or whatever. Usually, I don't know if he is narcissistic, but yeah, people always say that, you know, he's obviously narcissistic and you know whatever. But don't worry about it, you know, he's at least doing good, right? He just has a lot of money and exploiting some people for, you know, and everything to turn into content, but don't worry about it. He's using the money for a good cause, you know. So you know, even though he's a bit of a narcissist and exploiting people, it's fine or whatever. Giving that excuse usually, and it's like, I don't know, man. It's kind of like the typical like in like a plot, you know, like a story where the character always says like the ends justify the means, you know. Usually. What kind of character says, you know, or says that, or like follows that philosophy? Usually the villain, you know? I don't know, man. Like, even though he's like seemingly doing good, right? Like, you know, donating to charity and like, building a bunch of wells in Africa or whatever. But like, I don't know, man. Someone that rich, there's always some kind of like ulterior motive. And if the method you're using to like achieve good, you know, quote unquote, or altruism is flawed, then it might lead to some bad things, you know, if your method is like corrupted, I guess. I think there's a word for that actually. It's like it's if you're like a moralist or something, you know, which in itself is a, you know, it's a philosophy thing that is also not like perfect either, I guess. You know, I feel like a philosophy major could maybe go into that or something, you know, like if you have a PhD in philosophy, I don't know. I'm not that, so I don't know, but I do feel like if you're doing like, if the result is like a good thing, but like you're achieving it in like illegal ways or like bad ways, it's like we shouldn't really excuse that behavior. I feel like, I don't know, you know, eventually the person will be corrupted, especially if all the power just belongs to like one person. Like if he's just the sole decision maker, what does that make him, right? Like, you know, if he has absolute power, like what if he decides one day like he turns evil, you know, then he just suddenly takes all that money and assets and like whatever and just does evil or whatever. Then didn't he like collab with like Logan Paul or something to like sell like upcharge like Lunchables or something like that? I don't know much of details about that. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, Mr. Beast, you know, let me show you a picture of Mr. Beast, by the way. I don't know, just to have something else to look at. What's this Mr. Beast? This guy. It's this guy, Mr. Beast. Yeah, this guy, Mr. Beast. It's Mr. Beast. This guy. Google Images, Mr. Beast. You see him everywhere. You know. I don't know how he became the biggest YouTuber. Is he the biggest YouTuber? I think he is. Again, he got sued though.
what's the controversy? Being sued or whatever? I don't know. There's much that'll come out of it. Mr. Beast. I should look at Reddit. I don't know. I don't know why. Like, I don't want to click on these, like, because these, like, normal websites, they often have a bunch of ads, and then sometimes it's paywall, so I always just go to Reddit. Even though that's not always good, because if you go to Reddit, sometimes it's like, you know, you only see the headline, and it's like, you might not see the whole article, but, you know, basically this. Now faces a 54-page lawsuit, which I've read is not really a big deal. Like, 54 pages sounds more crazy than it is. 54 pages is like a normal lawsuit, I think. He just faces a lawsuit, that's all. He's just being sued, that's all. Nothing special. Anyway, you know, stuff like being underfed and, you know, the not enough meals and things like that, and some sexual harassment. You know, basically, just running a show without any of the extra stuff that makes it so that it's safe, you know? So he didn't do that, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I find it, maybe not funny, but I guess... I don't know the word. I feel vindicated, I guess. You know, that's the word. I feel vindicated that the general discourse around this guy is not that he's like, you know, like that he's rich and therefore he's allowed to just, you know, do whatever because he's rich and allowed to do good, you know, good things. He's allowed to do whatever, right? So it's like, I'm thinking like, come on, it's like, if you're that rich, I feel like you might become a little bit, what's the word? You might become a little disconnected, you know, from the average person. And that's probably why it led to those problems, because he might not realize, you know. Like, for example, if someone's hungry, he's like, why not just go buy some food, lol, just go do it, just go get Uber Eats or something, you know. It's like, he's rich, right? He might not understand that people need to eat food. You know, I don't know, that's how I feel. Like, that's what happens to a lot of rich people. I feel like they just feel really disconnected from the average person. They don't understand the common plight of the common person. I feel like common plight, or you know, the plights of the common person. Anyway, Mr. Beast. I don't know. I was reminded of Mr. Beast and how he's rich and he's getting his comeuppance. Also, I don't like Asmongold, by the way. Is it controversial? I don't know much about Asmongold. I think I'm just blasting everybody, guys. I'm a nobody on the internet. My opinion doesn't matter, by the way. It's not like it matters, but like, I don't like Asmongold either. He's also similar though. I feel like. He's even less altruistic. I guess. Does he even do charity? Maybe, I don't know. But Asmongold is like a content creator too. That I mean, if I remember correctly, he got famous because of like World of Warcraft or something. He did a lot of WoW content or something. But now he just reacts to everything, and somehow he's like really, really big. I don't know why. Every time I search for like a topic or something, it's always like Asmongold reacts to this. Like the video Asmongold is reacting, like, I don't know, just to give like a fake example, like, I don't know, for let's just say I'm looking for news about I don't know, I can't think of like some random thing, like, you know, a guy who like broke the world record for eating the most pizzas or something like that, right? I'm searching for that, and suddenly like the number one result is always just Asmongold for some reason. Like Asmongold reacting to the person eating the million pizzas instead of the video of the person just eating the pizzas. It's like for some reason Asmongold is there, you know, Asmongold jump scare. I don't know why. I don't get it. He's just a guy. Like, he's really rich. I don't know. I don't like Asmongold. The one stream I watched one stream, and it was a bad first impression. Maybe it doesn't represent his whole identity or anything, or his whole like thing, but like he just seemed very like confrontational, you know. It's like he did a thing where he's reacting to something, and like it's like this controversial like thing about like what's her face, the like the author of Harry Potter or something, and how she says controversial statements or whatever, and then, you know, he does this thing where he kind of like picks out like a chat member, right, that disagrees with whatever he's watching, and then he like, okay, what do you have to say then, you know, and then he like puts them on the spot and like, you know, makes them say something, you know, and like if it doesn't like please him, basically he just bans them. And it's like, what? What are you doing? You're the streamer. Why are you picking fights with people in the chat? That's insane. I don't know, man. He seems like that person. I don't know. Again, I don't want to seem like a hater, even though it does sound like I'm a hater. But, you know, I don't want to say like, you know, like he, like I don't want him to like, get hurt or anything. You know, I don't want to condone that kind of thing. But like, you know, I just don't like his personality. I think even if he wasn't like a big YouTube creator or YouTube content creator, if I were to meet him in real person, I would not get along with him. Basically, is what I'm saying. I don't know. And obviously that's why I don't like his content, because, you know, a lot of YouTubers' content is just based on their personality, right? So, I don't know. It's like he seems that kind of person that would like try to argue with you with every little thing, you know? Like he's always looking for like an argument. And sometimes, I don't know, sometimes that's a good type of personality. Like if you're like a lawyer or something, right? Like you want to argue and debate and everything, right? But I don't know, he just seems like someone who is always looking for a fight. And that's just exhausting, you know? And I don't like that kind of content, I guess. Anyway, Asmongoat. I don't know. Also, he's like, I don't know. There's also the whole thing about him being like a basement dweller and like just like being inside all the time. That's relatable though. Like I'm also a bit of a hermit, so I get that. I get like not going outside and just playing video games all day. That's not something I would insult him about. That's literally me. But you know, I just don't like that part of it, his personality, where he's like always like covering like controversial things and like you know, arguing with people. I don't like that. I don't know. It's not just him though. Like plenty of YouTubers do that too, I guess. I just don't like that kind of content. It's uncomfy. I don't know. Ironically, I don't mind if it's like fictional though. You know, if you're arguing about fictional things and not like real people, that's fine. You know, fictional things are like acceptable targets because they're not real. You can talk about like, you know, how like your ship is like the better ship or something, you know, like Goku X Vegeta is better than Goku X Krillin or something. I don't know. You can argue about that, but just don't argue about like real life stuff. That's just weird to me. I don't know. That's like stressful. Anyway, they're like I don't know. I just made that up, by the way. I don't know if there's a big Dragon Ball Z like BL shipping community. Is there something like that exists? I have no idea, actually. That's just the first thing that came to mind. All right. Anyway, I got on a weird tangent about like big YouTubers and how I don't like them, basically. You know. That's why you should watch. You know, on a more positive note, that's why you should watch people who are mature, like Northern Lion. You know, Northern Lion. Big recommendation, Northern Lion. Guess well, let me show again. You know, I always talk about him. I'm just gonna search on Google. This guy. And I'm just gonna say it, this guy. Don't follow Asmongoat. Don't follow Mr. Beast. Those are the well. I was about to say that they're losers. That sounds mean. I don't want to say that. You know, they're not good role models. I want to say they're not good role models. Follow this guy. Don't watch me either. Unsubscribe from my channel. Watch this guy instead. This guy is the GOAT. You know. He's Northern Lion. He's like, just watch this guy. Also, associate act Dan Giesling. That's funny. I mean, he's not really. Dan Giesling is a guy. I think he's kind of a celebrity actually. Dan Giesling. He sometimes goes on Northern Lion streams. Anyway, it's not like they're always together. Somehow on Wikipedia though, it's for some reason his name is there. But yeah, I watched this bald guy. He's really funny. He's like very smart. And like he's probably very rarely one of the more mature YouTubers on the internet. You know, that's a really rare combination, right? Someone who plays video games, you know, and also is like a normal, like, well, I mean, normal is subjective, but you know, like he's like a well put together, like adult. You know, he's an actual adult that isn't like weird for the most part. I mean, sometimes he's a bit weird, but you know, in a goofy way, in a like quirky, funny, haha way, not in like a, I don't know, criminal way, I guess. You know, there's different levels of weird. Anyway, you should watch Northern Lion. He's a really good content creator. I hope he never retires, though. I feel like he will. I think he eventually will. He's getting to that age. I feel like, well, he probably will retire. Like Germa, you know, Germa is also a good one too, but he retired though. So he streams sometimes, Germa995, but, you know, he's basically retired. I feel like Nornlight is another person that will retire eventually as well. Like he's getting up there in his age. But, what's that guy? He's like really cool. He should be your role model, not all these other ass. I shouldn't say that. I keep saying I'm letting my. I'm getting carried away. I was gonna say all these other ass hats. They're like immature like YouTubers. No, anyway. We get it. Norlight, or rather, I'm his alt account, I guess. I'm Norlight, I guess, in disguise. I don't know. I'm not bald, so unless he puts on a bald cap, you know. Is a secret this whole time? 2 steps ahead, just like Nikado Avocado. That's why I got this tangent about YouTubers, by the way. Nikado Avocado. I was gonna say like 2 steps ahead, and as it turns out, Nornlight is like not bald this whole time. Turns out he had hair. You know, that'd be funny. Oh, someone should make that kind of like a Photoshop. You know, that'd be funny. That'd be a really funny Photoshop actually. 2 steps ahead, and it's like instead of Nikado Avocado, it's Nornlight with hair. That'd be hilarious. Anyway, all right, let's get back to. I'm playing a video game, by the way. I'm doing the thing that I'm such a hypocrite, but like I'm doing the thing that other YouTubers do, where like they don't play the game, they just talk about random things instead of playing the game. Again, it's the 2 steps ahead thing. It just reminded me of that, and so I got on a tangent of all the other YouTubers. Well, I don't know. Hopefully, like 10 years from now, none of what I say will be taken to court, basically. I mean, not court, but you know, like people will point out how horrible I am for saying these mean things about their YouTubers, and then I get cancelled, I guess. Hopefully not. Again, I really doubt I'll be ever that like I doubt I'll ever be that important, you know, for people to even care about. I'm like a gnat, you know. I'm like a little gnat, mosquito, compared to these behemoths. So, like, my opinion doesn't really matter. Anyway, what time is it? It's been it's been an hour and a half. Okay, let's continue. I'm a disembodied voice. I could be anyone. I guess so. I could be anyone. I could be you. I could be him. I could be whatever. I'm reminded of the spy. You know, Meet the Spy from TF2. You know, I could be him, or I could be you. It could even be, you know. And then the soldier shoots the spy. Bam. Anyway, all right. I guess I'll just read this line again. I don't know. Obviously, I'll edit all of that out if I turn this into a video. I'm sure he didn't expect that. You're always 2 steps ahead. Who gave you the permission to sit? You start to believe that it was a very good idea. The only rule here is to respect your senior ranks. And you have the audacity to disrespect me. You should thank me for even giving you my time and showing my presence to you, worm. Okay, same thing. I think it's the same thing. You're the worst gift so far. Okay, yeah. Okay, that eats your heart. Okay, I can't skip though. Technically, it's a different branch, but you still get the same bad ending. All right, so probably the key to this is just to simply listen to what he says and just not really do much. You know, not do anything erratic, I guess. Okay. So Hero Septim, I guess we need to respect our elders. So we just wait. You don't want to risk moving any muscles, breathing or speaking. Something in his eyes tells you that you should be careful. But now it seems like it's a staring contest because of how intense Septim's eyes are on you. First one to blink loses. Was that a staring contest? 30 seconds pass where neither of you blinks and you're already at the limit. Shit, if you keep this up, you're going to lose. And mama don't make losers. Why do we... A weird saying to just put in there. 20 more seconds pass and you know because you're counting them, and yet Septim doesn't blink or say anything. What a shame. You accept your defeat blinking urgently, which causes Septim to laugh. You can sit now. You sit across from Septim, who smiles at you, pleased that you listen to him without much complaint. When you sit on the chair, you realize
well, you're not sure what to do or say. So you have 3 options. Start yapping. Just like what I do. Okay, well, I'm gonna pick the right choices. I feel like if you pick the wrong choices, you're gonna get the same bad ending, you know, where he literally eats your heart. So I guess I will just wait. Do nothing. I'll just be silent. Do not speak unless spoken to, I guess. Wait for him to break the ice. You think it's the safest thing to do, wait for him to start conversation. Having seen that Septim has serious control problems, you consider it to be the best option. Although you can't think of what to say anyway, so you accept your fate, whatever it may be. In the process of elaboration, you have to wait a bit to have this date. Okay, freaking, okay. Apparently, yeah, this game is seemingly a demo. So I guess that's it, it just ends there. Let me double check though, let me say if, I beg for my life. Ah! I beg for my life, please don't eat me, but okay, well, it ends there anyway, okay. So nothing happens there, actually. You know, I thought the game was finished, to be honest, but I guess, I did say, I don't know. I wasn't sure whether or not it would be finished or not. I'm just looking at the game description. I don't know. People did say... Oh, it has been updated actually by 3 days ago. It's actually 1.2. No. Oh well, anyway. Maybe I should download the newer version. But let's see. But you know, I'll do as much as I can. Let's see. Let's go back over here. But yeah, there wasn't much to it, I guess, for the Septim route, I guess. Maybe that part's not finished, I guess? I don't know. Again, I'm looking at the store page here. It has been updated 3 days. I have like the 1.0. You know, I thought 1.0 means finished, you know? That's what I thought it meant. But I guess not. Man, and this guy said like, oh, went back, saw the update and everything. You know what? Okay, let's see. Let me download the newer version. Let me see here. Let me just download it. Maybe the new version is finished. Let me see if there's more to that route. I obviously want to check out the redhead route too, but before I make too much progress, I just want to see. I might not be able to use the same save files though, because I don't want to risk like corrupting the save file, so I might have to start from the very beginning. But obviously, I'll just skip everything and just go really fast and get to that point again. That's the Eat of God 1.2 this time. 1.2. Put in my little thing there. I guess I will. I don't need to add it to my Steam, but I just like to add it to my Steam just so I remember which games I've played. To eat a god. Eat a god. Eat a god. Eat a god. 1.2. That. Let's rename this one to be the old version. Okay. And maybe, I don't know, maybe 1.2 they fix some of the typos. Okay, let me quit this one. And let me open the newer version of the game, and let's see if that part is finished, I guess. Alright, so this is 1.2, you can see here, 1.2. However, I probably need to start like going really fast. I'll probably start from the beginning and just go like do. Put your eyes. No, it looks like I can skip actually. Huh. Do I have the... That's weird. I guess maybe is there like a persistent save file that is based on your roaming, you know, app data or whatever on your account? Sure. Anyway. Oh, yes. Ascribe to nombre. It's still in Spanish. I don't know if this part matters. Oh no, I still have the save files. Wait, did I open the right one?
I think I did, right? I opened the right. Why do I still have save files? I guess in Rempi, I don't know. I'm so used to RPG Maker. I guess in RPG Maker, the save files are like in the game folder, right? No? I don't know. Weird. I still have the same save files. Okay, I mean, that works. Let me just go back, I guess. Load. Load over... Which one is it? This one? Okay, go. Text speed is correct. Yeah. Oh, all my settings are correct. I don't know. It's a newer version of the game. Like, it's a completely different folder, and yet all my save files are still here. Strange. You know, I thought it saved in the folder, but I guess it's saved on your again, your app data, or what do you call it? Not app data. I don't know, your account basically. Because a lot of games these days, they put data in your like account on like a separate folder on your computer, basically. Like usually it's roaming or like local, or something like that, and that's why it persists even though you might uninstall the game, for example, but your saves are still available. It used to be the case, you know, in a long time ago, I guess at this point, games will put the save files in your documents folder instead, you know? Most games don't do that anymore, though. Okay, let's see. So what if if I wait for him to break the ice, have the conversation, accept your fate, whatever it may be. Oh, okay, well, this is new. Hold on. Okay. I'll get straight to the point. I know a puppet when I see one. You have the same eyes as him. And I can see that their will tends to override your commands. You don't have complete control. You brace yourself for the worst, like he might gut you or break a bone. But nothing happens. Septim is just watching you. Oh, fear not. Mother does not have access to a sealed place, so she won't punish you. Although his words are intended to calm you down, the effect they have on you is quite the opposite. The level of synchronization they have here is not at 100%. You two are not feeling the same, and yours reactions tend to contradict each other. If you had complete control, you could interact with this world however you want. A total immersion. Not limited like the one you're experiencing behind that screen. Breaking the fourth wall. I'm sure Nula has already found out, so we must act quickly. I can help you. You will follow my commands if you want to survive. When Nula takes out the seal, don't move. I feel like we don't really have a choice, so sure. You accept in the hope that you can stay alive. You'll do whatever it takes to live. You earn a smile from Septim upon hearing your response. Nula must be about to remove the seal. You nod your head. Not even 3 seconds pass when you feel a strange pressure on your body, and you assume it must be Nula. Nula and the redhead materialized right when you saw them last, Nula standing on one side of the table and the redhead sitting next to Septim, as if they've always been there. Septim looks at Nula with a long face. Noticing this, he speaks faster than usual. I don't see that you like the gift very much. You could give it to me and I'll tell Mother to exchange it for another one. He sounds anxious. It seems that it's not of the highest quality. Unum thinks the same. I guess the others will think the same as well. Nula begins to approach you, aiming to take your arm, his eyes on your figure at all times. There's no need. It will go with me to my domain. Talk to Mother to bring another gift. I doubt it will take more than 5 minutes. Sorry, but I cannot tarnish Mother's name with such a mediocre offering. Nula grabs your arm tightly and tries to talk to you. Play along with me, it's not safe. But Septim stops him by striking Nula from behind. Son of a... Okay, now they're just stabbing each other. In the blink of an eye, Septim breaks Nula's chest. I won't let you ruin it. And with disdain, he pushes the black-haired man's body to the side, causing him to fall with a thump. Nula lies on the ground, coughing up blood. I said, I'll take them with me.
Unum urgently gets up from the table but decides not to approach them. Wow, Septim, we're in public. If anyone were to see you... Shut your mouth. Nula, you can tell the others I'll be busy. You can't move because of the terror you're feeling right now. It seems accepting Septim wasn't the best idea. But in a way you think the gods that Septim's wrath is now focused on you. Although you feel a little bad that it was Nula. Septim turns around so he can see you face to face. Without explaining anything, he touches your forehead delicately. And you start, or your vision starts to get blurry, I guess. You suddenly stop hearing Nula's labored breathing and the ambient noise of the dining room. And then it gives way to total darkness. You wake up with the feeling of falling. And then we're in a bed? Why is the background drawings getting more like, I don't know, conceptual? You know, it's like, before it was like crayon drawings, now it's just like paint. You know, the program paint. And then you realize you're in a warm, spacious bed. The first thing your eye sees is a huge window that is located on the side of the bed. You assume it's daytime because of the light coming in, but it's strange since you can't see anything except the strong light outside the window. Suddenly what happened comes to mind, and you hurriedly look for any trace of Septim. There's no one in the room with you. Okay. I'll stay here and wait. You're kinda scared, to be completely honest. Besides, the bed is perfect for staying a few more minutes. Little by little, you close your eyes again. You know, just take a nap. Just go sleep. Not my problem. Wake up. A voice commands you and you force your eyes open. As if cold water had been poured all over your face. It's time for breakfast. Yeah, why suddenly everything so... Like, again, the backgrounds are so weird. Like, before it was like really crude crayon drawings, and now it's like... I don't know what you call it, but... It's just very different for some reason. It doesn't really match the art style, to be honest. Septim is near the window, his hands behind his back. You have no idea where it appeared, and it gives you goosebumps. It seems you take more time than necessary to answer him because Septim grimaces, irritated. Did you hear me? You nod. Okay, let's go. Septim puts his hands together and the place begins to change. The bed in the room transforms into a dining room, the same color palette. Okay. We're having dinner again. You fall into a chair in front of a table that already has plates and food served. Septim also lies seated in front of you. The puppet hasn't eaten anything for more than 24 hours. You must eat, otherwise the puppet won't work properly. For some reason, although you couldn't explain why, it seems like he was speaking from experience. You don't dare to do anything, or you don't dare do anything since Septim hasn't given you permission to start eating, and you don't want to tempt fate. You can eat. While eating, you realize something strange, as that Septim does not have that voice that resonates both in your head and in your body. That somewhat unstable and at the same time inorganic voice. It's normal now. You don't think it's a good idea to ask him. It might be disrespectful to talk or ask about that kind of thing. Just normal like telepathy, about. I don't like that we have the puppet interfere in our conversation. But it's essential to be able to connect you to this world. I respect you. Being an entity from a higher plane, you probably have more power than me or Mother combined. It could even be very similar to the power of the Creator. Unfortunately, the power cannot be demonstrated right now, since you're only visiting here. You'll probably forget this world when you cut the bond with me. What was that? A voice slipped into your thoughts. You don't like this. I need time. Alright. Okay, Monica. So this is just Monica. I don't want to again. The whole point of Septim is not to make him do anything, so I'll just, I guess, ask. Time for what? Septim looks at you before answering completely seriously. Time to change the vessel and become a perfect being. You are what I need. But the more time passes, the more independence your puppet will acquire, and we need their permission to make the change. That will be a problem if you don't know how to control them. Septim is lying. I would never go against you or disobey your commands. I'm here to serve you. Don't believe him. Okay, so that's the puppet talking to us? This is getting complicated. Septim lets out a small laugh as he watches your reaction. You should be more careful. They are already starting to disengage from you. If that happens, you'll no longer be of use to me. The blonde gets up from the table and examines his hands for a long time. See you at lunch. Meanwhile, you can roam around my domain as you please. Septim leaves the table carrying the now empty plates to another place. You assume it must be the kitchen. Why do these, these symbols, I guess, these weird, I'm assuming superpowered reality benders, why do they just live in a house? They just live in a normal house? You think they live in a more extravagant place, I feel like. Why is the setting just a normal, just like mundane house, You wait for Septim to appear again, as you can't believe he would leave you unsupervised and give you a free pass to do whatever you want. But he doesn't appear again. You stand there collecting your thoughts, analyzing everything they have told you and what has happened. Septim wants you to give you complete control, complete synchronization with this body. But I don't understand what he would be gaining in return. He's not trustworthy. You need Nula. Do you need Nula? Do you need Nula? Why is Nula suddenly in the picture? All I know about him is that he's a hotel manager and he also ate my heart at one point, So like, in fact 2 times actually. He killed us like 2 times at this point, so like I don't know why we would trust Nula. In today's standards, having a whole house is a luxury? I guess so. In this economy. I guess I would say no. I don't trust any of the people, but well, I guess we'll just follow along what Septim says. You don't need Nula. Whatever your answer, you don't know if Nula is still alive or not. So you must remain on your own, for now. You spend your time walking through what appears to be a temple. Okay, here we go. This is more interesting. Well, they have a bunch of statues of Septim and paintings of religious allegory. And inside it, you find a bunch of doors. Again, I kind of don't want to go against Septim at the moment, so I'm just going to stay here. I was going to be like, You don't feel like taking any chances today. It's better that you wait until lunch so you can talk to Septim. You wait for the hours to pass. You doze off thinking what happened with Nula and why Septim knows about you. But you find no answer to either of those 2 questions. Time passes quickly enough to surprise you with Septim's arrival at the altar. You wait for him to speak. It's time for lunch. You feel tempted to ask why he puts so much emphasis on having to share the food with you. If he's worrying about you eating, then there's no need to sit down and eat with you. You suspect it'd be like this your entire stay in this place. Again, Septim teleports you to the dining room. Again, they have they're superpowers, they can just do that. When they're once again greeted by the dishes already ready on the table. Septim waits for you to start eating before he does. He doesn't seem very willing to have a conversation. What are you eating? Just like red orb. Ah yes, delicious red squishy orbs. You start eating. Septim eats slowly. He seems totally disconnected from the action, as if I were doing it automatically. Your eyes have been on my face for a long time. Something wrong? He's asking us something, so we must comply. I guess we will talk about light topics. Oops, use my scroll wheel. Talk about light topics. It's no big deal. It's just that I feel that there's a lot of silence. Does it make you uncomfortable? Don't know. It's not that you don't know, it's just that you don't know what to answer, so not make him angry, or make him feel like it's disrespectful. You're terrified that you won't answer in the way he thinks is right. Don't worry. You have complete freedom to talk to me however you please. As long as it's you, not the puppet. I'm here to serve you. Okay, if that's what you want, I will ask questions. What happened to Nula? Septon looks at you with a small smile. He's fine. Nothing he can't withstand. You pierce his chest. It was nothing serious. You know, it's like anime. You know, don't worry about it. Just give him a sensu bean and he'll be fine. Just a little warning. To kill him would take more than just that. A shame. What do you want? Septon looks at you with a serious face. Don't be so anxious. We'll talk about it later. Who is Mother? Septon sighs. Mother is the garden itself. She's in charge of holding everything together. And we are her source of energy. How do you know about the bond that we have between me and me, you know, technically? Septon furrows his eyebrows before answering. Me and Slider. Who is me? I'll be clear. The next time I see the puppy detaching itself from you, I won't hesitate to break it. I don't need another one with a conscience of its own. I have enough with... That doesn't matter. After all, Mother can make another vessel. Okay, well, obviously that's a bad idea. I guess we'll stop asking. When finished, Septon takes a plate and disappears without first saying that they'll meet at dinner. You're already getting bored of the little interaction you've been having. Nothing interesting has happened so far. If you got Unum, well, you have to pass the time somehow. Well, you know, I'm assuming Unum is the red-haired guy. I haven't actually done his route yet, so we'll do that next time. But for now, we'll stick with Septon. Say it again. Again, I mean, I don't know. I feel like we should just stay here. No. You don't feel like taking any chances. It's better that you wait till dinner so you can talk to Septon. Time passes quickly, and this time you witness Septon materialize before the temple altar. By now, you got used to it, so you don't get startled. It's time for dinner. Are we going to follow this routine every day? Have you been the one to ask that... Slider, have you been the one to ask that question? I feel like if we tell the truth, he's going to murder us. Oh well. Yep, that was not me. No. I see. I'll have to do something about this. Although seeing that you still have the ability to make a decision that goes against the puppet's wishes, the penalty won't be fatal. Septon smiles eerily. Oh, don't worry, it won't hurt you. This will teach your puppet to respect your wishes. Septon forbids you to move with just a snap of his fingers, and smiling as he begins to approach you, his angelic face is an antithesis to the aura he transmits. One of his hands rests on your jaw, gently holding it before squeezing tightly between your cheeks, causing your mouth to open automatically. Out of respect for you, Slider, I won't do it in such a crude way. But I want you to know that I really like to get my hands dirty. Really. I guess that's why his hands are so dark, you know, he just never washes his hands, by the way. That's kind of gross. Septon places his eyes on your mouth for a moment, and when you blink, you feel your mouth filled with a hot liquid, and a stinging pain arises where your tongue should be. It hurts and burns at the same time. Every second that passes is agonizing, not only because of the pain, but also because you don't understand what's happening and why it's happening. Nor can you move to inspect what's the liquid that emanates from your mouth and does not let out. When you try to talk, something doesn't respond. Something is missing, and it's not your voice. Because you can scream, but you can't modulate words. Oh, I think you've already realized. At this point, I see no purpose in having a tongue. Acts on its own and speaks without its owner's permission. Oh no. No, don't worry. I know that I broke a part of your toy, but don't worry about that. Soon you'll leave this piece of meat to exchange it for me. Plus, you can still make decisions. Look, I really want you to understand what's happening and why you're vital to the garden's recovery. I wouldn't want to omit vital information for your decision-making when the vessel change begins. I will plant my memories into the puppet to make it simple. I will simply dump all the exposition into your brain, don't worry about it. Septim places his left hand on your forehead. You can skip the information below if you're not interested. I think you have something to do with that. Nula once talked about it. You can press the skip button, I guess. The skip button, I think that's his name. Okay. So if you don't like this exposition, you can just skip, I guess. I mean, to be honest, that's the I don't know. That's I would say contradiction. I don't know what the right word is, but that's like I don't like too much exposition either. But at the same time, I feel like if I'm skipping it, then I'm just skipping content. So I don't know. Anyway, in the beginning, everything was darkness, nothingness itself. When the creator arrived, there was light. And that was where my existence began. Although having light allowed us to see the shadows, it was there that we realized the existence of Nula. He who had been in this place before my existence, and the creator's arrival in the garden, waiting. Nula and the creator were talking for a long time, and I, being still a being without knowledge of anything, did not understand them. But I am sure of one thing, and as that Nula seemed to not respect the creator. He treated them as an equal, raising his voice and even putting his dirty hands on them. Okay, this is a funny face. And then the creator gave me the mission to create the symbols to keep the garden running. And so that's what I did. On Monday, I create the sun, but you know it as Unum. Unum? Tuesday was the firmament and the stars, Due. On Wednesday, the earth and the plants were created, Tria. On Thursday, the moon was created. Quatar was just as bright as the sun at first. It's a shame the fight Unum started. Before putting order, everything was chaos. If only I could have intervened. Okay, they fought each other, I guess. Maybe Quatar would still have had her 4 eyes. Okay. But taking away 2 of her eyes, the moon stops shining, and now rises when the sun sets. On Friday, all creatures were created, and a symbol was set up to represent them, Quinke. Finally, on Saturday, my dear Sectum was born along with humanity. Sunday was a day of rest, and I was there all day watching the garden work, but I did not have a physical body to experience everything I created. And for a long time, I was like this. Until Sextum told me about transfusing my essence into a human. But to do this, I had to leave my existence and start living as a human, so I did it. I instantly realized my mistake. When humans were conceived, they were given a soul that is distributed by the guardian or mother, making the transfusion result in a mixture of the human soul and the essence of the deity that makes it. So this body is not completely mine. Okay. ... I guess you're wondering why I need you. I no longer have control of the garden. After the creator vanished, the garden began to wither. The first sign was the disappearance of the children of Sextum, the humans who gave us genuine devotion. In the chaos, Nula reappeared and filled me in on everything about our world and the creator. Then he taught me of the existence of other worlds abandoned by the creator in a state equal to ours. But the difference is that they had humans, so we implanted ourselves in their culture. And we consumed their devotion directly, every last Sunday of the month. With you here, it won't be necessary to continue with this. If we unite in the transfusion, you will grant me the authority to manipulate the garden for myself. No, at our will. We can save the world and prevent Nula from destroying everything. Look, no one of the symbols knows the sad truth that we're nothing more than the world that pretends to be organic. All they know is that our world is dying. To you it may be a game, but for me and my people, it is our home. Even though everything is a lie, I want them to live in the best conditions, the garden to return to what it once was. I want to do everything possible to avoid the inevitable. Now that you know, do you accept the deal? Okay. I still don't really understand the whole story, but I feel like it's, you know, is allegory, is that the right word? Kind of like an allegory of, like, you know, real religion, sort of? I don't know, anyway. Nula wants to destroy everything, but is accepting Septim's deal the right thing to do? It doesn't seem so bad as you thought. Maybe it's just a bit maladaptive? Maladaptive. After all, he does what he believes is right, always following etiquette and rules because that's all he knows. But on the other hand, I saved the game. Sure. Why not? You accept by nodding your head. You can no longer speak due to the lack of your tongue, although it doesn't hurt as much anymore. Septim extends his hand to you and you take it firmly. You feel like electricity is running through your body. And Septim's smile grows bigger with each passing second. I'll start with the preparations. Oh. What? Okay, so that's there too? The game's not finished. It's just not finished, I guess. I don't know. What if I decline? Huh. Septim does not hesitate for a single second to make your head explode. Okay. Kaboom! Bad ending. That's all that happens, I guess. I don't know. I'm assuming if you try to, like, escape and everything, the same thing happens. Let's see. I escape. I leave. You walk around the entire length of the temple, looking at each of the accessible doors and each of the windows. Some doors lead to the same garden, but you don't feel confident enough to leave. You try little by little, you walk a few steps after leaving the door and nothing happens. Then you walk until you touch the grass with your feet, nothing happens either. You turn back so as not to raise suspicions. You take another walk around the temple, looking through the windows. After a reasonable amount of time, you return to your goal, escaping. You go out through another door that leads to the garden, and this time you run in the direction what appears to be a forest. So you run. You run so much that you're starting to get out of breath. Or you're starting to get out of breath. You become out of breath, or I don't know. So you decide to rest in some bushes. In the distance you see a shadow on the ground. It appears to be a snake heading your direction. Holding in your scream, you remain completely still. And you close your eyes. You shouldn't have done that. You don't recognize that voice. It's a hoarse, female voice. You instantly open your eyes to see who it is. And what greets you is a figure of an entity covered in a veil and robe-like clothes. She carries a scythe that she carries a scythe that she lifts high in the sky. And it's the last thing you see. Oh, okay. That's actually one of the other characters that was introduced in that little exposition. You know, they have a lot of characters. We don't get to see all of them, except in that bad ending. But yeah, it seems like, it still ends on a cliffhanger though. Like, why is the game not done? It says, I thought it was done, but it's not. Hold on, let me double check. What does it say on the thing here? It does, to be fair, it does says in development on the status. I don't know. But there you go. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about like doing more of this. It's alright. Has some kind of story going on here, but I just don't like playing unfinished games because there's all this build up and then it's like, by the way, it's not done. You know, it's like, again, it wasn't clear to me that it was a demo. I thought it was done, so. People were giving such like high praises about the game. I thought, you know, surely you would only say that if the game is done, you know? Because usually when the game is not done, in the comments, they would say like, "Oh, this game is great. If only there was more," you know. Usually, but I didn't see that. I just said like, everybody loves it. And it was like, okay, it must be done then. No, it's not. Is there any difference if I choose different choices here? Like starting from here, you know, if I, I'm gonna be quick now. I'm just gonna check just to see. I'm not gonna really read everything because I feel like there's a lot of branches. Yeah, but a lot of it doesn't do anything. What if I say this? Enough, just do what I say. Septon looks at you in amazement. With the information given, you know that you're now in a position where Septon has no power before you. Well, he clearly said that, right? I'm aware you're a higher being, but I'm not willing to accept this kind of treatment. At least from someone who has no real control over me or my actions. I can easily take your puppet's head off and you won't be able to do anything. Because of your limited options under predetermined actions. See you later. Septon cuts off your head. Okay. Okay, he just kills you. And new CG though. Okay. Actually, what was it? It was like... Oh, wait, hold on. What? Yeah, okay. I think if I chose this, it's the same thing. Explain to me what's happening. And then become a being. And there's this option as well. What happens if I say yes? I'm right. We need Nula. Well, whatever your answer... Okay, it doesn't matter. I feel like that doesn't matter. I feel like that's like for a flag that hasn't happened yet. Something. Okay, well, what if I investigate doors? Oh, I can check a bunch of stuff. So, go front door. I check the front door. Leads to a hallway. Repeats itself. And then there's another door. Go check the back door. You open the door, it's really dark. Okay, go to the left. You need a key, find the key. You don't have a key. Go second floor, search a place. There's a key. Something's written in language you don't understand. I use the key. Maybe the key you found on the second floor can be used. When using it, the lock clicked, it's open. And you just wake. It's just a bedroom. Oh, and it's Septon. He's taking a nap. Seeing your mistake, you try to walk away without making a sound, but Septon opens his eyes before he can do anything. What the heck? Who are you? What? Doesn't he remember you? Septon quickly gets out of bed to place both hands on your mouth. Say his name. You try to shake his hands off, but it's useless. We're not in his presence, so please do not summon him. He sees you that you've calmed down a little, releases his grip, slowly uncovering your mouth. Oh, that's interesting. Where'd you find that key? Okay. Who are you? Wait a moment. He comes closer to look at you carefully. He looks you straight in the eyes and seems like what he sees takes his breath away. This is clearly not Septon. There's something different about him. You're also being controlled by a higher being. Pardon? They're using you like a puppet. It can't be. The entity that's not Septon takes a few steps back, dejected by the situation. It's the first time someone's inside the temple. The entity that has Septon's body sits on the bed and motions for you to do the same. He looks nervous. Noticing that he doesn't seem to be a threat, you sit down, just to know what's going on. It's strange you see Septon's face with that expression. He even seems cute to you. You can't help but look openly at his cute face. At this, he seems to get more nervous. A giggle escapes you accidentally. What's so funny? He wants to look imposing, but it doesn't work. If he really was Septon, he wouldn't be hesitating like he is now. You are cute. I feel like that's not relevant to the situation. What's your name? Actually, I should say first. Not that it matters, but... What's your name? I can't say. What if you write it down? I'm not allowed to do anything that reveals my name. If I do, I'll die. I think I understand now. He wants to have the entity that's controlling you. Sooner or later, he will replace me. Can I ask you a favor? You nod, mostly because you want to know what he'll ask of you. He has some documents in the void room. There must be the document of my birth with my name. Please look for it. I'll give you the freedom if you do. Or I'll give you freedom if you do. And you can escape from him. Escape from Septon. Sounds like a good offer. Ugh. The entity begins to cough as if choking. You must go. Without another word, he stands up and pushes you out of the room. You stay in the room for a long time. You knock a few times, but there's no response. Okay. Alright, so we kind of learned there that, yeah, these people, or at least Septon, I'm not sure if all the symbols are the same way, but Septon as a vessel. The vessel is a human that he controls, just like we, the player, is controlling the vessel of ourselves, you know, like a puppet. I guess is how that works. I don't know if there's anything else to do though. So I guess we just wait until lunch. Maybe? Or, well, actually, I don't know. Actually, let's go to Buckdoor, actually. Yeah, it's dark. He said to look for the void, though. I don't know where it is. You'd think it'd be this. But I guess not. I go to the front door again? Oh, same thing? This is loops, I guess. There's nothing else, really. I use the key again. Oh, it just repeats for some reason. That's weird. How does it do that? Very strange glitch, I feel like. I don't know. I just say this is waiting to lunch, I guess. But you can't help but think there's something strange about his attitude. His aura is not the same as the one he had inside that room. His behavior is totally different. Here it shows a confident mask, but there a completely opposite one. Interesting. So we can mention that. Bad idea, I feel like, but sure, why not? Why do you have a different attitude now? Oh, what do you mean? You explained to me what happened in the Ultra room. The more you explain the situation to him, which strangely he doesn't seem to remember, Captain's face turns red and with a serious expression. He seems to be holding in his anger. How did you find it? That key always stays with me. Out of nowhere, Septon grabs your wrist and twists it so hard it breaks your bones. The crunch of every bone is horrible and the pain is unbearable, but you can't do anything but cry. Well, Septon doesn't, his grip doesn't loosen anything, not even the hits or scratches you give him with your other hand. You're like an animal caught in a bear trap. You're so noisy. And then he kills me. Same thing though. It's the same bad ending though. Same CG. Alright, so whatever. Okay, don't say anything. Eat in silence. Whoop. What if he continued eating in silence? Anything? Alright. It's uncomfortable. It's just uncomfortable. Okay, save the game. I feel like, yeah, if we escape, we also get that other bad ending. What if you investigate the doors? Oh, there's a few things we can do. Look for Septon's puppet. You walk directly to the temple to find the door near the altar. You use the key. There he is, sleeping. Hello, it's good to see you again. Do you have the documents? Nope. Oh, okay. Why'd you wake me up? You spent some time talking about some topics, but you can tell that he's uncomfortable. Okay. I guess we should really search for the documents. You wonder why Septon will have documents that could jeopardize his integrity. You don't really think that finding those documents is an easy task, but you don't lose anything by doing it. You assume the void room is that pitch black room. Yeah, that's what I thought. I returned there, but nothing happened, so I guess we have to wait. Also, Respiros ondo y ibrilibrita. I guess. I don't know how to pronounce this. What's it say? Let me hold on. Why are things just untranslated? Huh? Let me just copy that. Go to Google. Images. Paste from clipboard. Does that work? Doesn't really. I have to actually save the image, the screenshot. And then do that. Okay. So what it says is you take a deep breath and open the door. That's all that means. You can't see anything. You enter at a slow pace with great care. You place both hands in front of you to avoid colliding with the wall over the wall or any object in front of you. You feel like you bump into something. When you touch it, you realize it looks like a small table or a desk. You wouldn't know for sure. As you can, you try to search for something that looks like paper, but there's nothing on it. You search and search, but there's nothing. That is until you feel something like a box. But it doesn't open. It seems to have a lock. I guess we'll try the key? You look in your clothes for the key, praying to the gods that it also works in the box. It's a little difficult for you to put it in the lock, but when you do it, click! It's been open. You reach in and take out a bunch of papers. You take all of them. Okay. The option, again, the game's a little rough, I feel like. I don't know why we have the option to search for documents again. I feel like that was just repeat the scene for some reason. I guess we will look for Septim's puppet. I also want to find something to kill him too. Do we die first or go do this first? I'm not sure. Let's go with the puppet. Okay, so do a little bit. And here you go. Here are the documents. You show him all the sheets you've taken out of the room. Some you can read and others you can't. They appear to be documents and birth records of various entities. Almost like classification cards. Entities with names and ID-type photos. Why does Septim need this? You both look through the documents slowly. As you pass document after document, one catches your attention. The photograph of the entity next to you appears. On the side of the document, then his name appears. Raphael. Raphael? Is that his pronunciation? Raphael? Raphael? Is that your... Ugh. He puts both hands on his neck while having a pain expression. Well, he doesn't fully respond, you know he's confirmed it to you. That's his name. As he can, he signals to you that you should get out of there. You have to say it when he offers you the deal. When he's vulnerable. With that, he slams the door in your face. Oh, interesting. So that's a thing that you do. Let's also try to find something to kill Septim. I feel like this will lead to a bad ending, but let's see. I feel like it'd be too easy. You look everywhere, and you find a knife. Oh, sure. Okay, sure. Why not? Just put that in our pocket. I guess we'll wait for Septim. Whoop. What if you just... This is a bad idea. Let's use the knife. You search for your clues from the knife you found before, and you take out the knife, and Septim stops you with his hand while clicking his tongue. He looks disappointed. I didn't think you were so... naive. Septim takes the knife from your hands, and he smiles. The last thing you see is how Septim sticks the knife into your body. Taking your life away with this one. Okay. You can't kill a guy with a knife. Yeah, that'd be too easy. Not bad endings. I like the bad endings. I like the little unique CGs. And too bad the story seems to be unfinished though. A lot of branches and choices and everything, but there's no conclusion, you know? Anyway, load the game. Alright, so this is when he was talking about, talking to the puppet, and whether we should admit that the puppet spoke without us. Well, let's just lie, I guess. Obviously, if we tell the truth, he's gonna cut out our tongue, so we just lie. Yes, that was me. Well, the idea is that the puppets can obtain energy to function properly. Both mine and yours. Do you have a puppet? Something like that. After he begins to approach you, his angelic face is an antithesis to the aura he transmits. Look, I really want you to understand what's happening while you're vital to the guard's recovery. And da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so this gives you exposition again. It's like, what do you need before? No longer have control, so he needs a better vessel, basically. When he mentions vessel, does he mean the puppet or me? He literally wants me, as in the player, I guess. Alright. So we have the option here to either accept, decline, or reject and summon Raphael. I guess that's what we want to do. If we want to actually truly decline, if we just simply decline, he just kills us, so instead we will reject. Daga kotowaru. You prepare to say his name, praying to every kind deity that this works. Well, if not, Septim will kill you. Every kind? I guess every kind of? Praying to every kind of deity that this works. I want an audience with Raphael. What? Septim falls to the ground, as if an invisible weight fell on top of him as he pronounced his counterpart's name. And you stay there waiting for some more reaction. Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. Also, in progress of elaboration, it's a weird... Basically, it's in development, basically. The game's not done. The game's not done! The game's not done! Okay, well, I don't know. Alright. There you go. I guess that's most of the game has to offer, at least for the Septim realm, I think. Got a lot of bad endings. Seems to be two main paths, either you are obedient to Septim or whatever, or you pretend to play along but actually betray him to get freedom, I guess, is the idea. Interesting premise. I mean, to be fair, I guess I didn't do enough research, I guess. It's just not done, so it's just simply not done. Obviously, the game so far, the only thing
The only criticisms I would have, definitely the grammar, for some reason, is inconsistent, especially considering the contractions. The backgrounds are like weird, you know. It's like obviously they're rough. I'm not sure. Is it rough intentionally, or is it rough because it's not complete? I don't know. I feel like the backgrounds just kind of don't match the characters. And again, the game's again, to be fair, the game's unfinished, but it seems like some of the choices kind of loop around, especially when you're like looking for other things. It seems unfinished. Now I wonder, should I don't know. Again, I don't know if I want to go through more of the game until it's done, but maybe I should go back and like check out another route, you know? Obviously uses the redhead as well. Maybe his route is done compared to Septim, because Septim seems important, right? He seems like the guy who made the garden. What if we don't do his route and just do the redhead's route, you know? Or, what's his name? Unum or whatever? Also, I feel like this guy, you know, the hotel manager, seemingly has a route too, but I don't know how to access that exactly. I'm not sure. Like, we met him in the beginning and that's it, you know? Well, we can load back here. Let's see. Can I choose Nuland this time? You try to say his name, but it's physically impossible for you. You look at Nula, who perhaps realizing what you're trying to do, proceeds to move his hand, making strange signs of them. Come on, try again. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's different actually. Maybe in 1.2, Nula has a route or whatever. It's like a dating sim, you know? Like, what the heck? I mean, it is tagged as a dating sim. But the way it's set up, you know, is very similar to like a dating sim. I don't know. I think I'll play more, I guess. Say play, you know, it's a visual novel, but you know. Yeah, I'll do more of the game, even though it's unfinished. I kind of want to see where it leads to exactly. Maybe explore more of Unum's routes, I guess. And I think it's Nula, maybe. There's been a Nula, maybe? I guess we'll see. I don't know. I like the art. Like the bad endings. I guess we'll see. For now, though, it's been about 2 hours, so I think I will take a break. I'm gonna grab a snack, go to the washroom, and I'll be right back after a few minutes. So, BRB.
E2. I don't know, I was gonna say to eat a god, but then I stuttered. Alright. Let's continue. I went down the Septon route for a bit. It's interesting. Too bad it's just kind of incomplete. I'm assuming it's gonna be the same with all the other routes. I don't know, I guess I'll check it out. I don't know, what else I'm gonna do today, so... I guess I'll check out... Let's check out Unum. So, see what he has to say about everything. How many times does he kill us? Well, you've done well. Now comes the hard part. If you want to survive by the time the meeting starts, you must get yourself accepted as an apprentice. So yeah, there's a whole meeting and everything. I feel like I got sidetracked with, like, Septum. Otherwise, your body will be devoured. At least your puppet's body. Eh? I almost forgot to tell you my name. The name's Unum. Nula, you can seal the table now. In a matter of seconds, Septim and Nula disappear from sight, leaving you with only Unum at the table. He gestures to you, indicating that you can take a seat in front of him. You should think a little about it. Okay. If I had to guess, you want to be like a rebel, actually, Unum. But I want to see what happens if you don't do that. So, I'm going to obey and sit down. Okay, you really don't want to die. Not an instinct or whatever, but you're not going to sit idly by and wait for your end to come. And if licking this clown's boots will give you the chance to get out, then you'll take it. You could be in a worse situation, so sitting for a while wouldn't hurt. After all, your legs hurt a little from walking around so much. You sit down in front of Udum, who smiles at you from ear to ear, happy that you listen to him without much complaints. When you sit on a chair, you realize, well, you're not sure what to do or say. So, you have 3 options. I beg for my life. You decide that begging for your life like a goddamn worm is the right thing to do. You really don't know what else to do, and well, the shame has disappeared since you agreed to download this game. What? To add more drama to your plea, you put your hands together to make a face like an abandoned puppy. Please, don't eat me! I'll do anything! Damn, we call that a plea? Apparently you found it funny, and so far you don't have any broken limbs. Small victory for you. And that, Udum takes his sweet time to respond, and you honestly believe he does it on purpose. Because the motherfucker begins to slowly cut the piece of meat that you brought. Eat some food, I guess, no? And ever so slightly, he takes it into his mouth. Anything? Yes. Be my test subject. You have no choice but accept being their test subject, but you don't know whether to trust him or not. So far, he's done nothing but take everything lightly. What guarantees you have that he's not deceiving you? Do you accept? I need you to respond quickly before Septum asks to remove the seal. If you accept, I'll take you to my domain. Actually, nah, I changed my mind. I don't go with you. As you wish. You feel pressure on your body and you assume it's Nula. Suddenly, they appear in their positions like they were before. Nula is standing on one side of the table, and he looks disappointed, asking how it went. Quickly understand that they haven't taken you as an apprentice. He shakes his head slowly as he looks at you. It's not long before the sound of trumpets is heard at the entrance to the dining room. The other symbols have arrived and everything becomes chaos where time and space mix, preventing you from fully understanding what's happening. But you're sure of one thing, and that's they're tearing you apart little by little. Huh, that's funny. Unum didn't really kill us. I was expecting him to just murder us right away. But really, Septon kills you more often than Unum, really. For some strange reason, you can't help but feel it. You're not allowed to leave this world until your last piece of your body is devoured. Fingers, arms, legs, and feet are torn from your body and then your organs. Hurts, but you can't scream. It burns, but you can't cry. Then your eyes stop seeing, and all you can do is listen and breathe with difficulty. You hear laughter and conversations that you can't understand. When it's over, the only thing you feel is Nula touching your shattered soul. You can try again if you want.
Okay, I got eaten. Num num. Oh, that's weird. Why is it... Okay, well that's weird. Why did it loop there and then like we died? That's weird. Anyway, Okay, well let's see. What happens if we just try to escape right away? Unum. I run away, ah! You're not gonna lick this clown's boots. You're gonna run away. So this Unum guy could take his strange fire and shove it up his ass. I'm sorry, but not in anyone's games. Having said that, you prefer to run to where the stairs are located. There will surely be an exit nearby. When you try to run, you realize that something is wrong. You're not moving forward. It's like you're running on an invisible treadmill. Did you really think you could escape from a sealed area? God, Mother makes her gifts sillier and sillier. Guess she hasn't explained anything to you at all. Damn, that's embarrassing. Release her creation to the butcher shop without even explaining anything to it. I wish I could see your face. Pathetic. I got excited. To your terror, Una begins to approach, invading your personal space. Unable to run or advance further, you can only expect the worst. With one hand, Unum grabs your wrist tightly and caresses your cheek with the other. I won't share you with anyone. Let Septim come up with an explanation. I don't plan to lose the essence. Okay. You feel your chest being broken, the hand searching inside you in search of something specific. When he finds it, you're already losing your sight. He also just eats us. As it turns out. You know, I remember when you tried to escape from Septim, he's like, oh, you know, if only you chose Unum, then he'd be impressed. So I thought that by choosing the opposite options, you know, would be the right thing to do, but nope. He also just kills us, so it doesn't matter. What the heck? Devoured by the first. Alright. Okay, so you do just have to just accept either way. Alright. I guess we will accept and go to Unum's domain instead. Alright, I'll go with you. I promise not to break you too quickly. Okay. You really have no idea what the hell you've gotten yourself into. Maybe Septim would have been a better choice. Alright, when Nula removes the seal, you must stay completely still. Okay, it's very similar. It's like the same writing dialogue as whether or not you choose one or the other, really. Allow, recycle the writing. Can't do that. Can't reuse your assets. Wow, I didn't think the gift would come out in one piece. Congrats. Septim is interrupted by Unum, who lunges at you. If it weren't for Unum's speed, you surely would have moved to avoid him. But since your reflexes are slow compared to Unum's, you stay as still as a stone. Unum's arms wrap around you, squeezing the air out of you how tightly he's holding you. What the? Suddenly you start hearing Septim's voice and the ambient noise of the dining room. Whoosh! Okay. I'm assuming we teleport. The sensation of the hands caressing your face invites you to leave your subconscious. You open your eyes, but the light in the place prevents you. It's bothersome. You don't know how long you've been unconscious. You feel the same hands giving you gentle pats on the cheeks, each one getting stronger as the seconds pass. One strong enough to hurt makes you scream. Ow. You open your eyes abruptly, and the first thing you see is Unum with his stupid grin. Stop it already! You scream with so much anger that Unum stops abruptly and looks at you with wide eyes. You have pain receptors. Excellent. Seems the smell you emit is correct. You belong to the human race. Unum's expression shows how exalted he is, which you don't like very much because you know from your own experience that this doesn't lead to anything good. You decide it's better not let him get more excited than necessary, so you ignore him and observe your surroundings. You find yourself in a bed spacious enough for 2 people, in a room that, to be honest, could belong to a king. The place is so immaculate that it doesn't look real. Like it? This will be your own room. I was thinking about it. I suppose it would be impossible to leave you with the rest of my wives. We have multiple wives. They would devour you as soon as you step foot in this place. Wives? Not just one, but more? You can't help but feel pity for the poor women who have this brat as their partner. You feel that he probably doesn't dedicate enough time to each of them. That's what you think? I spoke with Septim, and Nula told him that Mother will make another gift so that everyone can have their part. That means you're my property now.
This is the first time I have a living human in my domain. Okay. It's a very similar setup of Septum, yeah, I feel like, which is doing the same plot, really, generally. It's just a different character, you know? That's why you can't have living humans. Why can't there be living humans? Venom analyzes your face for a moment before answering, as if contemplating what kind of information he'll reveal to you. Nula and Mother said that it can only be humans for our consumption. Nula excuses himself by saying he can't provide any since we can only have 6 humans each month. No more than that. That's why Mother makes a gift every Sunday, as a placebo, since human flesh is vital for our physical form but very addictive. You are the placebo. Although it's the first time a gift smells like a real human. Huh, okay, it's kind of weird. So supposedly... I don't know, I don't know how it works in this universe. Is there like Earth where there's an actual human race? It was like, what was it? It was explained in the exposition that Sextum whatever created humans or whatever, but like the garden is deteriorating and Mother or the creator's gone. Or the garden is Mother, technically. I don't know. And these symbols, you know, they are supposed to eat humans or whatever to maintain their physical form, but they can't eat humans, you know? You can't eat humans too much anyway. on the Sunday, I guess, they only eat like a fake human. Like it's like you know, the Impossible Burgers or whatever. I never had one actually. I don't know, but it's like those like a fake meat, you know, basically, or like fake human. Ask about Mother. Who's Mother? Oh, Mother really hasn't made you like the others. Unum ponders before answering. Mother is the embodiment of the garden itself. All of this is Mother. Mother takes care of us and you keep her alive. You suppose you now understand a bit more. It's like a mutualistic relationship. Both parties benefit. Well, you must be hungry. I read somewhere that humans have meal times and eat more than once a day. Although Septum also does it all the time. As I've been in his domain, he sets the table in the mornings, afternoons, and evenings to eat. I ask him why he does it, but he always tells me it's none of my business. Nula also does it sometimes. Maybe that's why they're both so strong. I don't need it, but maybe I'll even try it now that you're here with me. For some reason, it feels kind of endearing that he talks to you so freely, like an old friend. The fact that he's been reading information about humans makes you wonder, how long has he been planning to have one? Makes you feel like a pet that its owner talks to after getting home from work. Walk behind me, don't separate. My wives like to come to my residence to relax. Escape seems to not be an option for now. You don't want to die trying. He leaves the bed you are in and waits for you at the door. You get up and begin to follow Unum through the hallways. You walk so close to Unum that you're almost on his heels. It's a fancy mansion. Take time to reach the desired place, always under a sign that's neither comfortable nor uncomfortable. Cook something for 2. You can use whatever you like. Everything here is edible. I don't know how to cook. I'll wait for you in the dining room. Okay. But without another word, Udom disappears from the kitchen and leaves you alone. You look around as you inspect every corner of the place. There are countertops, pantries of food, and a refrigerator full of meat, fruits, and vegetables. You wonder why they have so much food and Udom has said he doesn't need it. Well, let's do the stupid thing and try to escape immediately. Bye. You're not afraid of this bastard, especially if he's so delusional that you won't try to escape if he leaves you unsupervised. It can't be that easy. You must have some way of detecting what you're doing. Look at all the possible exits and inspect the hallways that connect to the kitchen, but you don't venture further. To prove it, you try to go where Unum left, pretending to look for him. But there's no trace of him. You stand there thinking about what you can do. That's when you realize, beyond the dining room, there's a half-open door. Without thinking about it, and hoping there could be a way out, you stealthily go there. You stealthily go there. You carefully take the handle to open the door completely, and observe what's behind it. It's a garden. You're outside. Without waiting any longer, you run as fast as your feet can carry you. You manage to take 4 strides after crossing the door when you fall, feeling a sharp pain beneath your knees. You fall and roll in the grass. If it weren't for your arms, your face would probably be scratched up. You try to stand up urgently, but the pain is so much that you can't do anything but crawl. You raise your head to understand why your legs don't respond. With terror, you realize your legs are no longer connected to your body. You scream until your throat starts to burn. Oh, here's his wives. It's a silly little pranksters cutting off your legs, you know. The feminine laughter joins your screams in an almost angelic chorus. The last thing you see is how several hands are tearing you to pieces. Oh. It's the wives of Unum. Just go around ripping humans to pieces. You know, it's just a thing they do. You know, girl boss, gaslight, gatekeep, rip people into pieces, you know? Alright. Let's see here. Okay, well... I mean, what do you want to eat? With some shame, you go towards the door where Unum has disappeared. You look carefully, searching for him with your eyes. There's no one. What's happening? Unum asks, appearing behind you. You jump from the fright he caused you, but you compose yourself quickly. Is there anything in particular you want to eat? Unum looks at you as if he expected any question except this one that just came out of your mouth. Nula eats some things that are soft and spongy with a gold-colored liquid spilled on them. I'd like to try them. He sounds a little embarrassed to say it. Okay, well, you think you know what it refers to. Clearly, it's pancakes based on the given description. Really? I didn't know that, actually. What do you say? Like soft, spongy, gold-colored liquid. I guess the gold-colored liquid was, like, confusing to me, but I guess it's honey. Honey or maple syrup? I don't know. You begin to prepare the pancakes under the curious gaze of Unum, who watches with fascination as you do the preparation. From time to time, you get the feeling that maybe he wants to help, but you decide to ignore him. You take the plate to the table and realize that, unlike the rest of the place, the table is small and simple, where only 2 people can fit. You sit down once Unum already has his plate in front of you. He doesn't wait for you to start eating, opting to swallow the food as soon as it's placed on the table. He devours everything very quickly, making it possible to see if he liked it or not, because his expression reflects nothing more than neutrality, as if the taste of the food itself did not interest him. Thanks for the meal. It's the only feedback you get. God, you really tried hard. Sighing, yeah, that's me. You resign yourself to eating your plate. You close your eyes as you put the first bite into your mouth. It's delicious. You eat slowly, without rushing. Bite after bite, you take pauses to breathe. But somehow that doesn't leave you, but something doesn't leave you alone. The feeling of being watched makes your stomach turn. Your eyes travel on their own to the front, where Unum is sitting, and you confirm your suspicion. He's looking at you. It's fascinating. Your body changes at all times. It's never the same. From your breathing to your heartbeat. You don't like the way he's looking at you, or the tone of his voice at all. What do you mean? Want to know more? You hear a crash. Chair is being thrown to the ground. Okay. You're not beyond the process of what's happening until your back hits the wall and Unum grabs you by the collar of your clothes. You don't know how long I waited for this opportunity. If I break your chest or remove any organ other than the heart of the brain, how long will it take for your body to shut down? And if I remove your tongue, will you be able to keep eating or even speak? What level of damage does your body have to have in order to not be able to regenerate itself? What's the limit? You have to do something before this crazy man tears you apart. I call the police? Oh, except there's no police, but you know. I fight. I must fight. You refuse to be killed. And with tears in danger of coming out of your eyes... with tears in danger of coming out of your eyes? Oh yeah, that makes sense, yeah. With tears in danger of coming out of your eyes, your legs begin to kick and your arms try to push Unum away. Some make contact with the redhead's body, but he's not affected by it. Like it didn't hurt at all. One of your arms points right at his face, and Unum stops it effortlessly. Unum looks at you completely serious as you squirm under his grip with a strange change of mood. His mouth is dangerously close to your arm, so close that you can feel the heat of his lips brush against your skin. You mentally prepare yourself for him to tear off the limb with his own teeth. From here, I can feel your heartbeat. Is this what they call a pulse? Awesome. Okay. Although, I don't like the substance you're releasing now. All of your body now. Just like that, Unum lets you go and you fall to the ground. You stand there not moving a single muscle, staring at Unum in terror. Now I understand why Nula avoids stressing humans. He puts both hands on his hips and sighs. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Just that not having eaten at the hotel, I'm really hungry. Okay. He doesn't have to say it explicitly to know that he means he hasn't been able to eat you there at the hotel. And you assume he couldn't eat the replacement that Mother gave the others either, probably because he stayed here with you. I've been waiting more than a week for the placebo, and there are 14 days in the next candle festival. Are you still hungry? But you just ate. You just ate something. How could he be hungry? Well, he eats humans. The food I have doesn't take away my hunger, nor does it taste like anything. Unum, seeing that you look at him, silently asking the reason why he has food in his kitchen, clears his throat before responding with some shame. My wives, on the other hand, like to cook, and I like to watch them do it, so I'm not complaining. While Unum speaks, you try to calm your nerves. Clearly the deity in front of you is unstable, or at least it becomes unstable when he becomes exalted. Exalted? But you have no choice but to continue and adapt to survive. Since escape is not an option at this point. Although you'd like to know what your true purpose is here. About becoming your test subject. We can talk about it tomorrow. No. You say firmly. You want to know if being his test subject will allow you to survive at the cost of your physical or mental health. In that case, you really prefer that he kills you once and for all. After all, you can try to survive against Septum or Nula. If I become your test subject, I need to know in advance what tests you'll do. Oh, it seems uncomfortable. Well, I read that humans can create something similar to what the creator made, but different. It's something progressive that doesn't go from nothing to everything instantly. Is he talking about sex? He's talking about like pregnancy? You try to understand what he meant, but nothing comes to mind because his explanation is somewhat vague. Unum, seeing your silence, looks away and you realize his ears are red. You doubt it's from rage. Let's talk tomorrow. I will close the residence so that no one can enter. You're free to roam the place and do as you please. I really do feel this is very like BL coded or like, well, it's a BL / Otome coded. You know, this game, obviously. And it's like somehow it's like in relation to being eaten. You know, I don't know. Like Fujoshis and cannibalism. You know, name a better combo. With that, Unum leaves you, disappearing from the place. Okay, the game. I don't know. I feel like there's two ways. You can try to escape again, or you just go to your room. I guess we'll do the, actually, judging from the Septum route, I feel like exploring is just better. You know, it's better just to explore anyway. Because then you have the choice to either do something at the end. Assuming it's the same path, same way it's designed, in this route. So I guess I will explore. We can walk the halls. The walk through the hallways are available in the residence. There are a few windows. There's a possibility of going out. Full of paintings. If you were in a museum, it'd be interesting. You focus on everything but tables. Or you focus on everything. Or you focus on looking at everything but the paintings. And then you look at the doors. But doors are blocked. Okay. Investigate the rooms. Many of the rooms inside the residence are locked. Cannot open the doors. Some of them are open, but don't have anything interesting. You feel at some point you reach a room where Unum is, because this one looks different from the others, but you try to open it, nothing happens. You can't come in. Okay, well, time to find something to defend myself, even though it probably won't work. You already have something in mind that could be used to attack Unum. You return to the kitchen and rummage through the whole place in search of a knife. Once you find it, you choose the biggest and the sharpest one, and you keep it inside your clothes. You hope it can work against Unum. Probably not. He's literally a god, but don't worry about it. Which I don't know. I don't know if they're literally gods. But I think it's kind of like... Well, the title of the game is to eat a god, and usually they eat you. And I guess the idea is that technically you're the god. Everyone else is just eating you, But they're like godlike beings, I guess. Nothing else, I guess? Nothing else. I guess I'll have to go to our room now in that case. Oh, you decide to call it a day. Resting in the room Unum gave you doesn't seem like a bad idea. Tomorrow will be a new day. Lie in bed or try to fall asleep. Takes you a little, but in the end you manage to sleep. Hakushu, hakushu. You don't dream about anything. You open your eyes heavily, you feel like you haven't been able to rest at all. Nothing at all. You're finally awake.
You're finally awake.
They caught you trying to cross that border, just like us and that thief over there. His voice makes your eyes focus. And you find him sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at you with wide open eyes. Made you morning food. With a smile full of sharp teeth, Unum presents you with a tray of fruit and a poorly made copy of what you prepared yesterday. Is that supposed to be pancakes? It doesn't look like pancakes to me. Unum looks proud to show off the breakfast, but the more you look at it, or the more you look at what he has in his hands, the more imperfections you see. You can tell he has no idea how to prepare food. Unum offers you the tray and you must make a decision. Daka, kutowaru. You tell him you're not hungry right now. But you must eat in the morning, afternoon, and evening. You can't live without it. Unum does this to keep you alive? Unbelievable. It's not that necessary. Oh. He sounds disappointed. You stay in the room for a few minutes, Unum at the foot of the bed, and you looking at the barred window. Is it barred? Ironically, it's not colored as, or not drawn rather, as barred. Dway has come to visit. Who the hell is Dway? You have no idea, but apparently Unum isn't capable of remaining silent for a long period of time, and he has a need to explain himself whenever he can. He's also not one to keep anything to himself. She passed me the leftover placebo that Mother brought to the hotel. Therefore, we'll be able to carry out the experiment without problems. What's the experiment? I want to create a hybrid. A what? Okay, so that somehow makes us like surprised, even though I don't even know what he means by that exactly. Anyway, hybrid, nuclear fusion dance. You get to jump out of the bed because of the bizarreness of the situation. I've read that humans can go through a cycle that keeps them constantly changing, and thanks to that, they're able to produce offspring. And the results that are beings that are not an exact copy of them. Unlike us. No matter how many times I try, our composition does not allow us to create descendants of our own. Then I started reading the document that Septim had from the humans. And then there's data of a birth that occurred on Sunday. Son of Septim and a human. Luna approaches you so you can take your hands and cover them with his own, imploring your complicity. You can't believe it. If you accept, I swear they'll take care of it and you'll live with all possible comforts. Please. I don't know if Mpreg is possible. is this the... Well, I blame a certain VTuber for giving me this cursed knowledge, but like, is this the Omegaverse? You know? Is there like Mpreg or something? I don't know. Anyway, I stab him. Feeling your hand, you look for the knife that's kept under your clothes. When you feel it, you stop breathing and grab the handle of the knife and stab Unum in the head with all your strength. He stops moving, going completely still. He knows how the knife has landed perfectly on the redhead's head, even going through the skull. Unum still doesn't move, so you assume he's dead. I really doubt that, actually. You release all the air you have in your lungs and try to remove the knife from Unum's lifeless body. It's stuck. One hand covers your grip on the knife, and pulling hard extract the object. Seeing Unum alive without a trace of red beside the wound is a shocking image. Moreover, what emanates from the place where the knife has impacted, a golden liquid comes out. You really thought that was gonna help you? Pathetic. With the same knife, Unum decides to finish you without hesitation. It hits the same place where you attacked him, on the head. You lose your life instantly. Well, obviously, it's always a bait. You can't kill these guys. It's BS. Alright, let's decline. What happens when we decline? I can't. That's not how it works. Have you ever heard of sex ed? You know, it's like, let me teach you about the birds and the bees. You say as quietly as possible, afraid of how he might react. But you won't do it. Not even because your life is at stake. His hands release yours slowly, and for a moment Unum has a serious expression. Okay. You can't believe it. It's worked? Did they really leave you alone? Will you be able to get out of here then? Well, I see you have no more reasons to keep you here. And I'm not hungry anymore. You can go. Una walks through the front door, walking in front of you at all times. He doesn't seem upset or anything. But he also doesn't have that light attitude that he's had since you met him. It's strange to see him so calm. He opens the door for you and invites you out. Something is wrong. But you cling to the belief that you're steps away from your freedom. Your head down, you walk through the doorway. And Unum closes the door without saying anything. And now you're outside. You manage to take about 10 steps after crossing the door when you fall, feeling a sharp pain beneath your knees. Da-da-da-da-da, you try to stand up, da-da-da, and then you realize you're being eaten alive by his wives, okay? It's just whatever, it doesn't matter, you just get eaten. Can't really decline, what is this? What is this? Alright, fine. I guess we have no choice but to engage in MPreg. You know? Why not? You don't know what you're getting into, you have no idea what the procedure would be like, but under the promise that you can live, you'll do anything. Okay, let's do it. Unum looks at you with his mouth open, processing what just came out of your mouth. And as if a light bulb went off inside his head, Unum grabs your cheeks and crashes his mouth into yours. His hands begin to gradually move down your body, from your cheeks to your hips and thighs. I love you. Apparently, suddenly. Whoa, sounds like he's going very, very fast. It's not to invalidate the redhead's feelings or words, but you don't think he means it. I mean, he's only known you for like a few days, you know? Well, in a lot of video games, and anime, and even like movies, sometimes the characters just suddenly are like deeply in love with each other, even though they literally spent only a few days with each other. I don't know. This happens a lot of time in fiction for some reason, even though it's unrealistic. I've wanted you since I saw you at the hotel. I love you so much. Damn, he's crazy, but you like that, apparently. What? I like that? You can't tell me what I feel. Narrator. Then suddenly Unum stops. Ah, shit. I forgot about consent. You care about consent? I think it's something important for you humans. Indeed, it is important. You have to give him points for keeping that in mind. Can we proceed? I don't know. I don't want to be banned? Is there like 18 plus explicit scene here? I mean, I doubt it. It's not tagged as such. What if I ask? What's this? What's this mean? I don't even know what this means. Ask. You think you two are probably not thinking the same thing, so you decide to ask with some embarrassment. How do we do it? You know, how do we exactly do this? That's very easy. From what I read, Septon preferred to use this mode. I must combine your soul with mine. Unum slowly places his hand across his chest, and he gently removes something shiny in his hand. It's transparent. It's a transparent sphere dripping with gold-like liquid. I have to place this inside your chest and then remove it. It's my essence, so we must do it carefully. Ah, yes. Is this how like? Is this how? You know, is this how they do it these days? You know, the kids these days. He says, smiling tenderly, "It won't hurt." I'll accept for now. You sure? Yeah, I consulted the sextum a while ago. Speaking of sex. No, and she says it's not dangerous, because it's just a small exchange that will combine both genes to form a new one. A demigod, descended from a banner and a human. Although Unum's words calm me down a little, there's something that's been bothering you from the beginning. Banner. That was funny. Oh, is this where you can choose your gender, I guess, in a way? But I can't get pregnant unless in this universe you can. I don't know. But I'll just say I can't get pregnant. Like, I can't get pregnant. Unum looks at you strangely. Is that when female humans carry a baby? You nod your head and Unum does nothing but laugh. And that won't be a problem. Now, whether you're biologically capable or incapable of carrying a baby in your body, will not affect you because it's not necessary to use yourself as an oven. Oven? You just compare the pregnancy process to cooking in an oven? I mean, it is actually a common saying, but anyway. You don't know how to take it. You assume you'll just let it go. It's just because it's a totally different entity than humans. Next, explain it to me, and it takes a long time. The offspring will be cultivated within the new essence that'll be formed. It won't affect your body or mind. After saying that, Unum asks once more, and you, calmer, accept again. Just as gently, Unum places the hand that has his essence on your chest and applies pressure. Ah yes, it reminds me of Fate Stay Night, and how like in the censored version, obviously there's a bunch of
porn scenes basically in Fate Stay Night, but like obviously there's also the censored version where they just add alternative scenes. And like there's a part where Shiro is like it's just like inside Saber's soul, and he has like a fight like a weird dragon. I don't know. In the anime, and I think the the original anime, which is not very well received, it was like a weird like CG dragon, and it was like really like out of place. It was just like really weird, like an acid trip. Anyway, but like it's literally just a thinly veiled metaphor for like sex. The place where he's pressing on you starts to feel hot, not to the point of burning or pain, but hot nonetheless. Until something inside you opens, allowing Unum to pass through your chest. It hurts? He asks scared and tries to remove his hand, but you stop him. No, but it feels strange. Just a little more, hang in there. Like without any context, this is just weird. You both stand still for a long time and you wonder how much longer it'll take for the exchange of essences to end. Meanwhile, Unum observes your features with fascination. There's a moment when you feel like your chest starts to burn. It hurts a little, but you endure it. There, that's it. Unum removes his hands from your body with the essence that was previously a gold-like color, now taking on another color. Unum examines it before giving you a small smile that shows all his teeth. With great care, he places the essence in your hands. In that process, he extracts a large part of the essence, forming two, one gold, and the one you have in your hands, a beautiful red color. You observe it for a long time, and you can notice how there are movements within the essence. Something is forming. Unum, for his part, places his essence back in his chest, guarding it. I'll place the baby in a safe room. He warns you before taking her from your hands and leading out of the room. Anyway, you feel this whole situation is bizarre. It's a really efficient way to make babies, actually. Your body feels heavy, as if you had to run 4 kilometers without rest. It's strange, like they've taken out part of your body, some important part. But you're complete. There's nothing missing. If you want, you can rest here for a while. Unum says as he appears back in the room and settles in the bed. You decide to lie down for a moment. You decide to lie down for a while, and without realizing it, you close your eyes for a moment. I see that you've eaten unsanctified food. Inside you, there's a poison spreading little by little. Sorry, I can't control how my fruits are consumed. Unum is an idiot. You wake up suddenly feeling a drop of cold sweat running down your neck. Oh, and suddenly he's naked. Of course, and the first thing you see is Unum looking at you closely, almost inspecting you. Really, this is a Tomei game in disguise, I feel like. Obviously, there's a bunch of like blood and gore, which is what I'm interested in. But like, this is so Tomei, such an Tomei game. Your breathing is constant when you rest. Impressive. Honestly, you'd rather him make these kinds of comments than give him 5 minutes of madness, where he wants to break you into pieces to find out how your body works. Have you been watching me while I sleep? Yes? Is it forbidden to do so? No, but it's weird. You stop when you feel your stomach turn. Something inside you burns. You get it quickly, thinking you'll throw up. But the only thing that comes out of your mouth are red petals, mixed with blood. What? You look closely at them. They seem to have a strange-looking symbol. What's that? You don't have the time to think for a moment because a coughing stops you. Something scratches your throat. Slider? Don't tell me you gave them food. Oh, here's a different person. Lena? Unum. I heard from Ignis and Solaris that you've been preparing food without doing the sanctification ritual. Oh, this is one of his wives, I guess. What? You have to call Sextum if you don't want this thing to die. But Sextum is in the church. You're right. What about King K? He's mad at me. I'm sure he'll come. You're not understanding anything, and your body doesn't ask for anything more than to expel what's in your throat. But even though you're coughing constantly, nothing comes out. You're choking with the petals, and you can't take it anymore. Careful. The wind tries to go towards you, but he can't catch you when you fall from the bed to the floor. The hit is strong, causing your bones to hurt. The air that enters your lungs is not enough to keep you conscious. And you fall unconscious. You feel like hands grab you by force, trying to pull you down, but something prevents you. And electricity runs through your body.
Well, who's this person? You open your eyes, but the light's too bright. You're going to die? Una's voice is heard in the distance. If this one dies, then you blame me again. I already apologized. Only because Miss Ignis told you to. Screams might bring you back to life. You open your eyes, and the first thing you see is an unknown entity holding you by the shoulders with one hand, while carefully touching your stomach with the other. How the hell did they eat something so unpurified? I don't know what you would sound like, but okay. Your stomach turns again as the entity's hand gently squeezes a specific area. You can't help but drop your body so you can expel more red petals. Shit! Was it necessary to purify the food? Are you missing neurons or something? Tria said a million times about what's happening to her fruits, you have no idea? Your wives need to eat and you have no idea. I don't know how to cook, they're the ones who cook. I didn't know you had to purify the food. You're so fucking stupid. Okay. Your eyes can't stay open. You stop listening to what's happening and fall back into deep sleep. Okay, and the process of elaboration, like, I feel like this is weirdly machine translated, but I think it just means, you know, the rest of the game is in development. You have to wait. You have to wait to see how this ends. Okay. Cat face. Alright, so there's that, I guess. So basically that's the ending. Oh, it's always in a cliffhanger. Let's go back here. Oh, no, actually not this one. Which one was it? It was... I think it was this one. Yeah, here we go. Alright, so what if we, what if we do a little trolling and freaking stab his soul real quick, you know? What if we go down the genocide route, Boop. You attack the sphere that Unum holds in his hand. He falls to the ground and uses his watch, not believing it worked. A few seconds pass and Unum still doesn't move. You were the first to reject him. He didn't even expect that. Good job! What is this meme edit? Good job, guys. You did it. Good ending? Hee hee. Alright. Well, that's it? It just ends there? It just ends in a meme? Oh, come on. I want it to go darker. I want to kill the very gods. Kill them all. We're thinking they can use me. The true chosen one. No, I guess not. Well, I guess we don't do the genocide route. I guess, where we literally murder everyone. I thought that's what we were gonna do. I'm gone. We finally learn the gods' weakness. We need to stab their soul, and then we go on a killing spree, right? No? They're all kind of like horrible people, to be honest. I mean, like, the only sympathy maybe I can give these characters is that they don't know how humans work, I guess. But definitely the power dynamic here is very abusive. So I'd rather just destroy them all, you know? And leave. Anyway. Alright, so I guess that's it for those two guys, I guess. Again, very Otome coded. Definitely the Unum's route, you know? More so, I feel like. It's like this pseudo-romance, you know? It's not actually dating sim, but like it's the same tropes, I feel like, you know? It's the same beats, I guess. It's like a dating sim. I don't really love dating sims though, but I don't know. I mean, the mystery and the story keeps me interested, but the problem is that it's not done, so that's a problem. But you know, might as well. Again, I might as well finish up this game, at least for what it has so far, because what else am I gonna do today? But let's go back, because it seems like there is another choice we can make. There's one more route we can kind of explore, maybe. I think we can head back over here. So this is back, all the way back at the hotel, in the dining room, I guess. Septim and Unum are like playing around and seeing if they could do like a little seal so they can have a private conversation with the food for some reason. But we have a choice with Nula, actually, and we can see what happens. You try to say his name, but it's physically impossible for you. You look at Nula, who perhaps realizing what you're trying to do, proceeds to move his hands, making strange signs of them. Come on, try again. You can clearly hear Nula's voice in your head, so you try saying his name again. By saying his name, you see how Septim's face deform into a strange grimace. Nula, on the other hand, smiles. You try to say his name, but it's physically impossible, so you point him out with your finger. Nula looks unsettled by your choice, but he quickly prepares to respond. Sorry, I don't have permission to do that. Ah, okay, never mind. I thought you could, because I saw the extra little line that was like glitchy or whatever, so I assumed you could, but I guess not. In that case, I guess we don't really have any other routes then. We don't really have a Nula route. I thought we did. I thought we could have had a Nula route, but I guess not. I mean, what else can we do? I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything else. I wonder, can this guy kill us? What do you want? Let's just sit down. I start yapping. Okay. He looks at us, his mouth opens, he's fascinating, or he fascinated. Okay. Yeah, same thing. What if I wait for him to break the ice? Okay, same thing. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. I guess it's same branches. Seems like. I don't think there's any... Yeah, I don't know if there's any other branches involving Nula, though. Do you think there would be? If I go here, he just kills me. That's a bad ending, right? Yeah, he just kills me. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's it. I feel like I've explored all the different choices in the game. In 1.2, I guess they added like an extra line for Nula, but it didn't seem to work. So I don't know, unless there's like a secret flag, but like obviously maybe when the game's actually done, you know, and you explore all the other routes, you know, you might be able to unlock like a secret ending, you know, that's what I'm guessing, but obviously that's not even programmed in yet. So we can't even do that at the moment. Anyway, I guess that's the game. I don't know. I don't know if I'll turn it into a video because obviously it's just unfinished. I kind of don't want to like make a video and it's like just a cliffhanger. So maybe I'll just leave it as a VOD. But, you know, just give my thoughts. Yeah, I mean, characters are interesting. The world they're trying to set up is somewhat, you know, mysterious and keeps me a little bit interested in exactly what's going on. Definitely like its own world. A little bit of world building, right? In the sense that apparently there's like this garden, you know, and there's like these deity, godlike beings that kind of like roam around or whatever. And they're supposed to represent, I guess, what was it? What did it say exactly in the exposition dump? I don't remember actually. But, you know, they create these beings on each of the days is the idea. Septim actually was created on Sunday, actually. He was like the last one, I guess, technically. But yeah, they created these like deity-like beings in this garden. The idea is that eventually they will find the creator. The creator is a mythological being, which I assume is literally God. But also, there's another like subplot where you're like kind of like God, and which is the player. So it's trying to like break the fourth wall a little bit. I feel like they're doing a little bit too much though, because they're using this religious analogy, but also like literally saying like you're playing a video game. So that's kind of weird. I don't know what they're trying to do there, but yeah, that's the idea. Like you're literally controlling a puppet, you know, just like any kind of like video game, and the game calls you out on that a little bit. The tone is like a little bit all over the place though, you know. Sometimes the bad endings are silly, you know. Sometimes it ends on like a dark note, you know, and sometimes it's just like, haha, it's just funny otome/BL game or something. I don't know. That's what it feels like. For the most part, it's like, you know, it's Fujoshi bait. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I return to it, but I do like how the characters look and everything. I don't know, it's drawn very well. I guess the only criticism, again, the criticisms I had before, I mentioned before, but definitely translation needs a little work, I feel like. Mostly just the grammar. I feel like, again, the biggest thing for me is the contractions. It's just not consistent for some reason, you know? Like, you either have it one way or the other. You can't just have, like, contracted words and then non-contracted words in the same sentence even. That's just kind of weird. You either do one or the other when it comes to like English grammar. And otherwise, obviously some typos, you know, like a few untranslated lines, you know, just like little hiccups here and there. I guess the biggest thing though is definitely the background art. Why is the background art so inconsistent? You know, in the beginning it was like crayon drawings, you know, and when you go to Septim's and Unam's domain, they look completely different.
To be honest, I think the Unum's domain is the most detailed, actually, so it looks the most normal. But the rest of the backgrounds kind of don't fit, really. They're kind of like these really simple drawings, or like... They don't fit the overall quality that the characters themselves are drawn, so why is it like that? It's so weird, you know? Like, even if it doesn't have to be perfect, if it's drawn in a rough style, it still needs to fit the general, you know, theme, I guess, if that makes sense. So like, for example, you see this little, I don't know, just a small thing, like for example, this little menu here, where it's like drawn of like, little, like this, you know, where it's all like darkness, you know, like drawn like this. It makes sense if you do it like that, I guess, you know? If it's like a, kind of like a dark game, or like horror-ish game, then the background shouldn't look like crayon drawings, it should look more like scribbles of a madman, you know, if that makes sense, right? At least that, you know, if you're gonna draw it rough anyway, it should definitely look like more like scribbles, like like a crazy person or something. I don't know, so that's a stereotype, but you know, like a crazy person, like an insane asylum would draw. Now that would fit, you know, that would fit more than just like these weird, like simple drawings. It's weird, again, like the septum background is like, it's too, I feel like it's too neat for some reason. There's no shading, at least from what I remember. I could be wrong, but it just felt like very basic. And again, the hotel backgrounds as well just look like crayon drawings. I don't know. Again, I feel like the whole style needs to fit together, including the background. Again, but the characters look great though. I don't know. They focus mostly on that though. However, all the characters look great. Anyway, I guess that's it for this game. Yeah, I probably won't like do like a whole video on it, most likely, because it's unfinished, and I probably won't return to it. But I guess, you know, for what it's worth, it was interesting, you know, just to explore a little bit of it. Again, it's partially my fault for thinking that it was done, I guess. But that'll be for this game. Guess I'll move on to something else. I don't know. I guess I'll close this for now. Oop. I guess the next game I would play would be, it would have to be on the browser, you know, so like I have to like just play on the browser, I guess. How do I do this? Let's see. Is it gonna play something immediately or something? I'm not sure. Does it have like any music? Okay, so I'll just leave it there for now. I'm gonna have to leave it on the black screen. Hold on, let me like change everything. I need to change everything. Let's see. Is it on the category on Twitch? Probably not. Usually a lot of games I play randomly on itch.io, they don't have categories, so nope, they don't have that. I'll put it games and demos. The game I'll be playing will be called Fantastic Annihilation. It should be, I don't know how long it is. Oh, it's too long. But, you know, I have like about an hour left in the stream. I'll just play this. So, I guess what the game is about... I'll show display capture, whatever. I don't know, I'm just afraid of leaking something, but I've already shown my browser like many times. But yeah, I'm just gonna play this game. I mean, you know, obviously there's the evil anime girl that reminds me of, what is it, Tanya or whatever. What's her name? Tanya Evil Saga or something like that, you know? The saga of Tanya the Evil and whatnot, see? It's the evil little girl who is like a military leader and takes over the world, I guess, you know? I like the energy. But I didn't watch the anime because I didn't like the premise. Because the premise sounds too silly to me. Like, because I hate it. I hate, like, look at this. It's like a unnamed Japanese salaryman. Apparently atheist. I don't know why that matters. And then he's murdered, and then he gets isekai, basically. He gets isekai. It's like, what? Why? Why isekai? Why can't the evil little girl simply be born evil? Why does she have to actually be like an old man in a little girl's body, isekai from Japan? Like, why? That part is just so unnecessary. Why can't she just be born evil and a genius with 200 IQ and then is able to take over the world? That's like way cooler, you know? Why does it have to be like justified that actually it's like an old man, you know? He's like an old man and he's in a little girl's body. That's the reason he's able to like take over the world, because obviously, you know, obviously women can't do it by herself. If it was a woman's brain, then she wouldn't be able to do it, I guess. I don't know, something like that. And not implying that it's the writer is sexist or anything. It's just, I don't know, that's just what it feels like. It feels like that, you know? It feels like Why can't you just have the story as her, like as a little girl, and she's just evil? If anything, wasn't there like there's a game like that actually? It's very different, but I wish it was like this. You know, what was it called? Lucius, not Luscious. Lucius, the game was called. Lucius, right? Lucius was like a complete, it's like a complete different thing, but like it's what I'm saying it should have been like, where like it's like a little boy who's like basically the son of Satan, you know, like he's the son of Lucifer, and that explains why he's so evil and like why he has magical powers, you know, things like that, right? And it's kind of like this horror game where you're kind of like the villain, I guess. But yeah, I wish Tanya was like that, you know? That's what I was expecting when I look at her design. I was expecting her to be like a demon, you know, in human form, possessing like a human body, you know, or born as a human. Like the dark one, or whatever, you know, like the opposite, the chosen one. I like the... or whatever. That's what I was expecting, but nope. It's isekai, and that makes me not want to watch it, because I do not like isekai. Ruins the whole story, really. If it's isekai. But that's what this little character reminds me of. So in this game, it seems like you just kill everyone. I don't know. It's like you're the devout follower of the cult, and then your second missions to kill everyone on Earth. Okay, now with my title, time to kill everyone. Yippee! Is this allowed? Am I gonna get banned if I say that? Actually, it's the game. It's what the game's about. I don't know. Yippee! I don't know. Should I say like time to kill everyone on Earth in Minecraft? I don't know, but that doesn't make sense because I'm not playing Minecraft. You know, it's confusing. Whatever. Hopefully I don't get banned. And then change the title on this one as well. And then put the little like game link in my description, because I always give sources to most things I do. And that should be good, right? That's good. I think that's good. I think we did that correctly. Alright. The game is kind of like... Is the game like a little quiet? Let me see. Make it a little louder. I guess it's maximum, I don't know. Alright. Testing. Checking my OBS meters. Looks okay. Maybe it's a little bit too loud now. Testing. Okay, well, okay. Seems alright. Let's see. Made by Fantastic Humans. Also, Ichio is now in full screen, you know? So this is what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna display capture. Seems the best way to do it. I think he also downloaded through the Ichio launcher. That's what I did in the past, but sometimes it's glitchy and doesn't work. Anyway. Alright. So... let's play this game. I don't know, it's like a short, silly game. I don't know how, like, dark it is. I mean, obviously it involves destroying the entire world, but I feel like it's not taking itself seriously. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. Is it tagged as horror? Hold on, let me see. Is it tagged as horror? Let me double check. It's dark humor. I guess it's dark. It is tagged as horror, though. I mean, it is horror, I guess. I should mention that, I guess. You know, whenever I always do like a, you know, viewer discretion is advised. Alright, let's see. I guess I'll do a little intro in case I want to turn this into a video. Hello, welcome to Fantastic Annihilation. It's a little clicker game, actually, developed by Fantastic Humans, available on itch.io, and well, it's about destroying everyone on Earth. You know, it seems very extreme. It is tagged as horror, so you know, the very fact that you're like literally killing everyone on Earth, you know, is kind of like disturbing. So you know, viewer discretion is advised. But I also think it's like dark humor though, is what it's tagged as. So it's not really taking itself too seriously. I guess we'll see. Anyway, start Annihilation. I want to check it out. Why not? It's like a little anime girl, you know, like an evil anime girl, as in this thumbnail. Anyway, oh, I missed that first part, but you've been appointed as the Great Annihilator. Congratulations. The hidden truth will be revealed to you. Wow, great. Rock. Once, a world free from knowing good and evil without suffering and death existed. Let's go faster. This paradise of inanimate matter was lost with the original sin. Divinity Original Sin? The video game? I played that. I think I played the second one. Life. It spread and evolved. Life is the original sin, I guess. Creating men. Oh no. Humanity dreamt of the Messiah who would answer the question of human life's purpose. Okay. Ah! Too much flashing. Flashing warning. Finally, the last Messiah descended and declared, there's one victory, one crown, one salvation, and one answer. Know yourself, be sterile, and leave the earth in silence upon your departure. Did he say that? Is it like a fake quote? Now you know that humanity exists to fulfill the great collective instinct of life for self-destruction. You know, I did open this game. I say open, it's in the browser, but has mankind not only ravaged itself and the environment? Yeah, I actually checked out this game for like 2 seconds initially, and I was initially gonna play it because the intro was just so long. So anyway, the mission is to exterminate all life on the planet so it can be free from sin. Hooray! But yeah, it took so long to get to the point. But basically, it's a cliche, like, you know, evil villain be like, if everybody dies, there'll be no more suffering, right? There'll be no more suffering if everyone simply dies. Easy. Even though that's like completely missing the point. Okay, options, pause. But yeah, okay, this is a clicker game as far as I know. Not too complicated. And apparently, if you click on the skull, it kills somebody. Okay, sure. I think I mentioned before, but it reminds me of... I already forgot the name, but you know the virus game? You know, you pretend to be like a virus. And that's the goal too, or like try to destroy the world. I think it's, you know, very similar. But yeah, it's also very abstract. You know, it's funny, like, I'm going to kill the world. And it's like how, though? It's like, you're just clicking on the skull and that's it. It's a very abstract idea, you know? It doesn't feel like you're killing anyone, really. You're just making ghosts, that's all. There's a time limit as well. Time to total mission donation took you so far. Oh, it's going down. Well, it says like it's time of mission so far, but like it's going down. I don't count up. Anyway, what are we doing? We need a sanctuary of annihilation, a hallowed hall where the doctrines of the last Messiah are studied. What does it do? I actually don't know what it does. It increases kill strength and total increase the kill strength. So every time, okay, increases the more we click. Okay. Again, very simple clicker game. I don't really like clicker games that much, but you know, this is like a funny little gimmick, basically, of where you just murder everyone. But why not? And to be honest, well, the main reason is I saw the little, like, anime girl in the thumbnail. Where's the anime girl? I was promised an anime girl. She was like this anime girl, like, and she makes like an evil face or whatever. Where is she? You know, that's what I want to see. Where does she play into this? Ah, here you go. Annihilation Chan. Ah, yes. Purity unleashes the cult of the last Messiah for you. Here you go. Perfect. I'm your faithful servant, the new great annihilator. Our circuit mission to purge every living being from Earth. Yay. You can advance technology, recruit allies, or take direct action yourself. Fail to control the population growth, and you'll be decapitated and replaced. Oh. The last Messiah shall be most pleased if you finish quickly. Great. Oh, you have a voice acting. We say in the Sanctuary of Annihilation, come for peace, stay for extinction. Amazing. You know? It's like, you know, I would never destroy the world, and suddenly you have like an anime girl mascot, and then everybody is like, oh, actually, this is a great idea. Let's see. And she's in, you know, I feel like it's a little bit in poor taste. because she's wearing like the armband and everything. Though to be fair, like in anime in Japan, the armband never fallen out of favor, but for the rest of the world, it's a little distasteful. Let's just say. Anyway, there's no return. Let's see, what's this? Reduce growth. Purchase an algorithm spray sterilization gas all over the globe. Is this game a little distasteful? I don't know. Anyway, impeding the growth of all organisms. You know, don't worry about it. Does it say anywhere that we're killing humans? You know, I didn't say that we're killing humans necessarily. Right? I don't think so. You know, what if we're just simply killing, like, aliens, right? This is a weird alien race that's hostile to humans, actually. And we're simply purging them, you know? We're just purging the Xenos. That's all. We're killing the Xenos. For the Empire. Okay, well, I guess we'll purge growth. We don't grow too much. Every existing thing is born without reason. Okay. Again, I'm really just doing this for the anime girl waifu, you know? That's all that matters. Annihilation-chan. If you didn't have Annihilation-chan, no one would be on board. Anyway, increase this, I guess, to make the clicking power more powerful. By clicking the strings, you can hamper the organism growth. Great. Do a bit of that. Increase your level a little bit as well, maybe. Again, it's very abstract though. It's like we're not. It says we're killing people, but like, or you know, not people, organisms. We call them organisms, not people. Don't worry about it. But actually, I forgot what I wanted to say. I don't know, something about like Annihilation-chan, I guess. Like how, like it's all abstract and everything, right? Like we don't actually see anyone dying, so you know, don't worry about it. Let's see, Boomer's Capitalism Academy. A crowd center of principles of overconsumption and greed. Sure, why not? What does it do? Each upgrade increases kill strength by 20. Total increase to kill strength. Okay, so it's the same thing as that? It's just more expensive, I guess? Yeah, okay. That's all that is. Black Friday zombies. Unleash hordes of brainless consumers to sustain the cycle of excess. Only waste remains. Ah yes, we unleash the power of capitalism. What's this game trying to say? Consume like there's no tomorrow because there is no tomorrow. Okay, so what does it mean? So, click the red outline icon to send out this contractor. That takes 5 seconds. Upgrade this contractor as contractor kills. Total kills per contractor is that much. So we use it, I guess? Kind of like an extra thing to kill even more organisms, I guess? I shouldn't say people, organisms. Don't worry about it. It's organisms. Okay? You know, we should really, like, reduce the growth rate. We should crash the house economy, or the house market, and then cause the economy to have really high inflation, and make it so people never want to start a family, you know? Something like that? Anyway, should the number of organisms reach 1 trillion, your mission will fail. Oh, that's bad. That's a bad thing. You need to reduce their growth rate as much as possible. Also give you a bit of that as well. Life is a habit, or rather life is a such a habit. She's really quoting stuff. Quoting random quotes. I guess I'll increase that and use it. Why not? Increase more of this. Whee! I love murder! I love murdering organisms. We must destroy the organisms. Not people, just organisms, you know? Click, 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 click. Click, click, click. You know, these are just what clickers games are. You know, I remember, was there like cookie clicker? That was like a big thing for some reason. I saw like on YouTube, you know, everyone was doing cookie clickers. And that became its own genre. I don't know if cookie clickers was the first one, but it was the first one that was popularized. I never got it, you know, I never understood it, to be honest. You just click, right? What's the point? Well, now to think about it, I do get it. I do get sort of. I never really played Cookie Clicker by itself. Like mechanically, I don't find it that interesting. Again, I'm only playing this for the anime girl waifu. Literally the only reason. You know, you make a game, you put an anime girl in it, and I'm more likely to play it. But I sort of get it. You know, it's like video games circumventing, like it's for circumventing everything about video games and doing the one thing that a lot of people love is to watch number go up when you think about it, you know, like especially in RPGs. I feel like people are so like there's many sides to like an RPG game, right? It depends on the game, but usually there tends to be a few different ways that people enjoy RPGs. I'm definitely more like a story person, right? When I play RPGs, I'm really there for the story, really. I like the dialogue, I like the characterization and the way the story develops and the world building, things like that. That's what I'm kind of really into in terms of RPGs. And really the numbers are just there to facilitate that. Like in my mind, when I play a video game, it's like I'm creating a movie, you know, I'm directing a movie, I guess, in a way. Especially games like Dark Souls or whatever, you know, like I like to have my own customization, you know, like create a character. And if I beat like a hard boss, you know, it's like the hero beating the bad guy like in the movie, but you actually get to play it, you know, instead of just watching someone else do it, you know. Instead of watching like an actor do it, you do it yourself, right? That's more fun, in my opinion. That's how I see it anyway. But okay, well, what's the point though? But yeah, I usually like it for the story, basically. That's the idea. Again, not just dialogue, but also the idea of like enjoying the game as if you have control over certain aspects of the way it's presented, like a movie, basically. However, some people, maybe a lot of people actually, really just play it for the numbers. You know, they could play like a game that has like really bad graphics, you know, like there's or barely a story, and they just like min-maxing, you know. They like the number go up. They're like, ooh, if I put this one sword, but then I combine it with this other sword, this creates a multiplier that increases my attack damage by 3 times. And if I do this during this special attack, I'll multiply it by even more. Wow, isn't that so cool, guys? I don't know. They like watching numbers go up, and that's it. That's strange to me, but because I feel like it's all arbitrary, you know. If you care about the numbers going up, why not just go to cheat engine and just put max, you know, number on the number, and I don't know, just hack yourself infinite health at that point. Who cares? Like, it's all arbitrary, you know. All these numbers are just like a way to facilitate a story, in my opinion. Like, it's like power levels in Dragon Ball Z. Like, the power levels themselves don't really matter, guys. It's just a plot device to show like if a character is stronger than the other, or like if they're really strong, or if they're like matching in power levels. That's all that matters, you know. When Vegeta says over 9,000, you know, that's just a plot point to show that Goku has grown stronger than even the powerful aliens that invaded Earth. You know, it's just a plot point. But I don't know, people are obsessed with numbers. They think number go up mean good, and so that's why I feel like these clicker type games are basically circumventing everything about video games just to get that, you know, just to get that feeling of numbers going up. And that's why the genre is or was popular. I don't know if it's as popular these days, but you know, that's why people got into it, I guess. Like those clicker games. There's like, who cares about the actual like story? They just want number go up. That's it. Number go up. Number go up. Minerals, air, water, all of them deserve peace. You know, what are we, like, eco-terrorists? It's like a George Carlin quote, I think, where he said, like, it's like the Earth is fine, you know, in terms of, like, global warming, you know, and, like, and pollution and things like that. It's like the Earth is fine. It's that we're fucked, you know? Like, if humanity is wiped out from the Earth will just still be fine, for the most part. Might not be as many species, but it'll still thrive. It just won't be without humans, you know? Humans aren't necessary. It's optional, actually, to have humans on Earth. Yeah. That's the joke, anyway. Oh, kill more. Okay, well, what's this? Plastic since 1907. A massive industrial complex churning out mountains of plastic and e-waste. Again, what's the message that game is trying to tell us here? I don't know. That, like a weird evil cult is behind all of the... Behind the industrial revolution or something, you know? It's like they made all the factories. I don't know. Anyway, if we upgrade this, yeah, it just makes the skull do more damage, basically. That's all it does. Black Friday zombies. I should be clicking this more often. I don't think it costs us anything. You just use it. You might as well just use it if you can. It's annoying though because it's like manual. I don't want to manually click on stuff. Franz Kafka. You don't know the thing about Kafka is that he's like a villain in the Final Fantasy 6, I want to say? Was it 6 or 5? I think it's Final Fantasy 6. It's like before they made Final Fantasy 7, which is the move towards 3D. Was it like a Kafka for someone or another? I don't know. Soil Sealing Project. Encasing the earth in lifeless concrete. Stop the disease that preys on innocent inorganic matter. Okay. Huh. Stop the disease. What's that even mean? I don't know what that means. Soil Sealing Project? So I guess like protect the soil by building like a thing over it, I guess? I mean, isn't that just called buildings? I guess, but like people can't live in it, I guess? I don't know. I guess we'll just do that. Somehow it kills people though. I don't know how that kills people. Wait, how does that kill people? I actually don't understand that one. After I learned the truth about life, it was time to take responsibility. Wow. Yeah, so much things to say, I can't keep up. I mean, obviously you want the growth rate to just be 0. That'd be great. It does look like we have a time limit though. Time remission of total annihilation took you so far. You know, the description is misleading. It seems it like implies that it's just how long you're taking, but really it's the time limit. I'm assuming if it runs out, you die. Basically. Instead of them dying, you die. Oh, here you go. Climate Denial Center. Okay. This game is very political. Place where facts go to die. Oh, that is the problem. Join us in pretending everything's fine while the world burns. Yay. That is the problem of the 21st century, I feel like. Where it used to be that there wasn't enough information. Now there's too much information, and now there's misinformation. It used to be that we believe in one thing, the truth, but now the truth is like it's all like what's the word? I don't know what the word is. Obfuscated, you know? And not like in a weird like Illuminati way, but like just in general. Like when you're trying to search for something on Google, like you don't get the results that you want, you know? Like how do I make a pancake? And suddenly it's like I show 5 different articles that have nothing to do with it or something. I don't know. Like you get like an AI generated article about like how to make a pancake. First, you must kill a chicken, you know, or something. It's like completely wrong. Like, huh? Anyway, Climate Denial Center. A lot of deaths. A lot of souls. A lot of souls were reaping. Okay. Don't stop. I can also kill things by pressing space. Oh, really? Okay, I could just press space. Whee! I don't know if you can hear that. I don't think you can hear that. I'm just pressing as fast as I can. And then Capitalism Academy. I can just press space then, you know, that's faster actually. I can just like press space while I do this. It's like a multitasking. I'm dual wielding. Amazing. No time to take a break. Let's see here.
The timber troopers chop down the lungs of the planet one tree at a time. Awesome! Join us in pretending everything's fine. That's a little burns. I think she said before. I don't know if she has anything like important to say other than just you can murder everybody, yay! That's all she says. I'll upgrade her actually. You do your job. I'm gonna increase your salary. Oh, she's maxed actually. She's maxed out. Maxed out level 50. Amazing. My Annihilation Chan anime girl is maxed out. Cool. She's very important to the cause. Number go up! We can't seem to reduce the growth rate anymore, so really it's just, yeah, now it's just a numbers game. We just need to kill. Soul Ceiling Project. I guess the idea is that we're like, well, ironically, we are causing some of the, yeah, we're causing the global warming. Yeah, that's the idea. Like, we're the bad guys, obviously. Like, we're causing the pollution and whatever. The climate change. Or like, we're sealing the soil so that they can't use it for like farms, I guess is the idea. Destroying the trees, you know, just for fun. Just for fun. Die! What a cute game about murder. Alright, what is this? Tech Bro Incorporated? The elite high-tech club where even innovation meets irresponsibility. Time to farm crypto, I guess. It's time for cryptocurrency. The biggest scam in modern times, I guess, or it can't be a scam. By itself, I've heard, I mean, from what I understand, cryptocurrency by itself is not necessarily a scam. It's just a way to, like, you know, keep track of currency, but obviously the way it's used is most often a scam. So, because ironically, the one thing that makes cryptocurrency like its main feature is that it's outside the government's control, basically, is the idea. For the most part, I don't know, laws are changing around that, but at least that was the initial idea of cryptocurrency. Like, it's independent of the government, because usually the governments of the world is what controls the money. You know, they print money and all that and try to like make sure the economy doesn't crash. But because that's the main feature, also, I mean, obviously then it just makes it very prone to scams, because then who makes sure like your money isn't stolen, you know? Usually it's the government, but like if the government has no control over your cryptocurrency, then there's no safety mechanism, you know? If somebody just hacks your account and just takes it. I mean, usually, I mean, at least in most countries, there's like insurance actually for your money. At least for the average person, you know, you are insured for up to an amount in your bank. If somehow the bank explodes or something, you do get your money automatically. I think so, anyway. But that's why cryptocurrency really is for people who are like rich enough to not care about losing that much money. But of course, people who aren't supposed to be into cryptocurrency also end up losing a bunch of money when they really shouldn't be investing in something like that. It's such a volatile investment, I guess. At least what I consider volatile. I don't know anything about it. I look up to you, Great Annihilator. You're so cool, senpai. You're killing 75.935 million organisms. Haha. Okay. Actually, I don't know if there's any point. Should I be like working on maxing out my earlier things, or should I just keep going with the ones like here? I don't know. Anyway, secret space station, an orbital outpost where scientists plot Earth's demise. Okay, sure. I don't know how that increases the deaths. I don't know. They're just creating laser beams, I guess. Laser beams from space. Also, patch party. Update AI every minute with pointless patches and tweaks. Let the electricity bill grow. Is that how that works? You know, like when you like update a game, does it like use up too much electricity? I don't know. Whee! Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I should continue pressing these buttons. I gotta press all the buttons. Very important. What a beautiful smile, by the way. You see your tonsil? Solar ozone cannon. The colossal lens shower Earth with UV rays through ozone gaps, cleansing life by fire. That's... Sure, why not? It's funny. It's like, again, it's very all abstract. You know, I feel like in a more violent game, you actually see what's happening. Like whenever we press this one of the buttons, you know? Like we actually see a giant laser. Oh, it says here a colossal lens showers Earth. I mean, I guess it's like an actual cannon. I don't know. That just seems like the sun. You're using the power of the sun? It's just the sun? Whatever you just put sunscreen on, you know? I mean, plenty of people actually choose to get a tan for some reason. You know, it was like I guess a cultural thing to do that, but like, it's also really bad for you. But some people just want the UV rays, I don't know. I don't know, big number go up! Big number go up! 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 Okay, that's maxed. My thumb is getting tired. Hold on, use my index finger for the spacebar. There we go. Boomers Capitalism Academy. I guess it's referring to like older generation. I don't know, again, very political. Or like, you know, like a political message, I guess. A very simplified one, but you know, like basically blaming the, you know, the older generation, especially I guess in America, why the economy is the way it is. Tech Bro Incorporated. Oh, the secret space station is maxed out. Oh. Come on! I'm running out of time, actually. Only 20 minutes? No, 19 minutes? I gotta destroy them now before I die. What's the max on this? Come on. That's why I max it up. It's gotta be 200, right? There you go. What should I talk about? You know, at this point I'm just watching numbers go up. I don't know what else to talk about. Again, I mean, I mentioned again how like this anime girl again reminds me of Tanya, Evil Tanya, the saga of Evil Tanya. And again, I don't know, just ruin again, I like the design of like an evil anime girl taking over the world and just being an overall like, you know, evil villain and whatnot, but also a bit of a badass, to be honest. But you know, still a villain. I don't know, it's a bit of a contrast, right? You wouldn't think like a little anime girl would simply take over the world and just do like war crimes, you know? It's just, in a way, kind of funny, you know? As long as it's fictional, you know? But it is ruined. I don't know, I just never watch the anime because it's like the whole premise is that it's an isekai, right? So it's not really a little girl, it's actually just a dude. It's a dude role-playing as a little girl, you know? Or not role-playing, but you know, he's in the body of a little girl, is the idea.
And that kind of ruins it for me, you know? Why can't the evil little girl just be evil, you know? Why can't we let girls have the right to be evil dictators and destroy the world? Come on. I thought we were in a post-enlightenment society. You know? Why can't we let women simply kill all of us and, you know, take over the world? Come on. That's what a... Actually, I was gonna say, like, that's what a true feminist would let you do, but actually that sounds bad. Because people, I don't know, people on the internet these days kinda don't like feminism for some reason. I don't know, and maybe I'm reading the wrong parts of the internet, but generally I do feel like, even in like, not even like in especially like sexist spaces on the internet, I feel like just in general, feminism has had kind of like a bad reputation for some reason. I don't know, back in my day, in school anyway, I thought feminism was pretty cool, actually. It was pretty cool to like, support women's rights. I don't know. I thought it was normal, but then... And then on the internet, they're like, what are you, a feminist? Ew, you know, gross. I don't know. I don't get it. Anyway. I'm submissive and breedable? Where'd you get that from? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. What did I refer? What was I referring to? I'm not sure. I feel like that means something else completely different. Yeah, if they reach 1 trillion, your mission will fail. Well, no chance of that. But they still need to die. There's only 200 billion left. So much. Any VTubers like this? Again, I did mention... Initially, I wasn't really into VTubers. You know, ironically, even though I love anime and all that, and... I mean, I love Miku Hatsune, but part of the reason why I like Miku Hatsune is, you know, even though it's a very similar idea, it's like an anime mascot of like a music program, basically. The whole point is that it isn't, you know, it isn't tied down to like a real person. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the anime girl, you know? The anime girl as a concept, the whole point is that they're not real. But like, that's a good thing, you know? They don't need to be, what's the word? Impure, you know? By the intentions of humanity, I guess. Even though, ironically, I guess, Miku Hatsune was born out of like a business, so really she's capitalist icon. Anyway, don't worry about it. Well, what am I trying to say? But basically, yeah, like VTubers. I initially wasn't really into VTubers because I do feel like, I don't know, like it doesn't it doesn't feel the same, you know, when there's like a real person behind the anime character. Kind of defeats the purpose of anime characters. I don't know. I'm just like a very much hardcore weeb, I guess. But you know, I've slowly kind of like warmed up to the idea. The last year or so. I mentioned before, but I think one of my favorite VTubers, at least at the moment, would be Grimmy? Grimmi, Grimmy VT. Again, not that my opinion matters, but I like her content because she's like a horror VTuber. So to me, that's a little unique. Anyway, let's play horror games and whatnot. A lot of games that I would like to play, so but I like her content. And in general, I feel like, especially in the English VTuber community, because that's the thing, I mean, VTubers initially did feel a little bit like Japanese idols, right? And, I don't know, I mean, Japanese pop idols and K-pop idols, they're alright. Sometimes I do like their music, though I'm not really a big fan. Obviously, I like Hatsune Miku more, and just like video game soundtracks more. I don't know, I'm very uncultured when it comes to music. You know, but when I think of pop idols, though, I think of the kind of like the toxic culture, right? The toxic community, as that kind of like VTuber vibe is very similar, right? Where like VTubers are kind of like this weird mix of like a streamer, content creator, but also kind of like a pop idol. And to me, it feels fake. you know, ironically, even though they're literally anime girls, that's the whole point, but it feels fake, right? It feels like they're just people pretending and, what's the word? I don't know what the word is, but, you know, playing to their fans, right? To act a certain way so that the fans would like them. And that feels fake to me, and again, you know, my policy for like content creation just in general is like, that defeats the whole purpose of making content on the internet as opposed to just being on a TV show, you know? I much prefer content where the person is genuine, you know, just a normal person compared to just like pretending and putting on an act. Like, what's the point? I don't get that. That's just a TV show. Why would I watch that if that's just not any different from like watching a TV show on the television, you know? But anyway, you know, English VTubers though, a little bit different I feel like. Because they tend to be just more like just normal streamers. They just have the avatar just because, you know, it does add, like, it's an alternative to like face cam, basically. That's the point. And obviously anime girls, especially like women, you know, are like, it's more easily marketable. You know, I feel like especially in anime culture, right? The whole idea of like anime girls is very much commercialized and monetized. Actually, the whole point of making an anime character, quite literally, is to sell them. You know, to sell them as merchandise, to sell, like, I don't know, posters, T-shirts, figurines, you know, stuff like that. That's kind of like the origin of why a lot of anime was created. This is to sell things. So. Anyway. Yeah, Miku is love, Miku's life. There's a particular case of VTubing in the Latin American community. Oh, I'm not really familiar with that. But again, I don't watch a lot of VTubers, but I watch, yeah, this one person, Grimmy, because of horror VTuber. I like Very Bug, I guess. She's like a bug VTuber. I think he changed her model. I'm not sure what her lore is anymore. Right? Oh yeah, they did like a VTuber lore. I don't know. I'm not a big VTuber fan. I don't know all the ins and outs, but apparently they have this lore around their character and avatar, I guess. Anyway, but yeah, I've definitely recently got into a little bit of the VTuber rabbit hole. You know, I don't want to watch too much though. I feel like it's so easy to get parasocial when it comes to like VTubers, because they're like ooh woo cutesy, like, you know, anime girls. It's like sometimes a little bit too much, sugar, if that makes sense. I don't like it. I like too much of it anyway. So I am cheap though. I must say. I mean, I don't know if I'm proud of it necessarily, but I don't. I mean, I'm too poor, but like I don't really like subscribe or like, you know, give people my money. Look, when I'm rich, I'll consider it, but like I'm not really the type of person to just give a bunch of money to like content creators necessarily. Even if I like them, and I would, but I don't know. I'd rather only do that when I have, I guess, money I can burn, you know, which I don't, so. Let's see, in summary, there's this guy, has a female avatar, he's mute, changes his story every time, he wrote mean things. Oh, okay, I don't know about that. Oh yeah, I guess there's drama, but then again, there's always drama with every content creator. I don't like drama. I prefer watching content creators that minimize that kind of thing. I don't like drama. What's this drama thing? But I guess there is a sub-community of like, because the VTubers, I mean, obviously the most famous ones are women. Again, because I feel like the demographic and anime culture is skewed towards like anime girls specifically. But there are male VTubers, I guess. To be honest, I don't watch any of them, to be, you know, except maybe Cherno, but only because I watched Cherno before he had like the VTuber avatar. But even then, it's like, is he really a VTuber? I don't know. He's just using it, I guess, for fun. That's how I look at it. I don't know if he had an explanation. To be honest, I haven't really seen an explanation why Cherno TV uses like a VTuber avatar. But there's a name for that actually. It's called Babi Niku or something. I can't remember what it's called. But you know, there's a subset of VTubers who use female avatars, but they're just a dude. Again, same reason. To be honest, same reason as me. Like I just have a Stallful is like an avatar. It's just a mascot. Like I'm not a Stallful. It's just that I just like the character, you know. And so I have it as an avatar. It's kind of like it's more like a mascot. I guess there's also there's not only a VTuber. I mean, does he do VTuber sometimes? I don't know. It's another content creator. I don't watch him that much. I don't know a lot about him, but there's this person called Strippin. Actually, I mean, he's a big YouTuber back in the day, and also he's still big as a streamer. But he also does a thing, you know. He has like a mascot. Like he literally has an anime girl as a mascot. You know, very similar idea. It's just a cute anime girl. And then, from a business, perspective, it makes sense. It's easier to sell like an anime girl than it is to sell like an anime dude. The demographics, definitely, it's just skewed towards male. Skewed towards like nerds who like anime, and most of them are guys. So they rather look at an anime girl. It's like it's the same as me, to be honest. Makes sense. And when you think about it, a lot of your favorite anime girls are just drawn by men. So when you think about it, actually, if you're attracted to like an anime girl, it's actually a dude. There's something like that? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to make some kind of weird joke about how like, actually you're all gay or something. But I don't know how to like construct it. I'm not very good at making jokes, by the way. But yeah. But not all anime girls. I mean, obviously some people are surprised actually that sometimes the artist of like a cutesy anime girl or like a sexy one, I guess, is actually drawn by women as well. So people sometimes make a big deal out of that for some reason, as if like somehow because a girl drew it, somehow I feel like, I don't know, people are delusional and they think that they think it's like makes it feel special or something, and therefore they can date the artist or whatever. I don't know, something like that. I don't know, I'm just rambling, by the way. I'm just waiting for numbers to go up. I'm waiting for the game to be done. Only 5 minutes left, by the way. Oh no. Ah! Hurry up, what the heck? Launch the cannon! Go! Upgrade the cannon! Actually, the space station doesn't go to like 10, whoops. I guess it all goes to 200. I guess I wasn't able to buy more, that's why. Uh-oh. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna spend all this time and lose? Come on, hurry up. Die! Ah! I'm not gonna spend all this time just to lose. Holy, come on. Die. Hurry up, die. Ah, it's not enough. Come on. I guess there's no reason not to spend the money, by the way. I don't need to save the money, like, because the total amount of kills will always count no matter what. So I don't know, for some reason I thought I needed to save the money sometimes, but I guess not. Come on. Why is the little girl so edgy? He's the leader of like a death cult, I guess. That's what she needs to do. I was gonna say, oh yeah, the reason why I mentioned VTubers, I totally forgot my train of thought, but I was gonna say, is there a VTuber like her? Because she'd be popular, I feel like. Super like edgy VTuber who's like, hey everybody, let's join the death cult. And like her community is just literally the death cult, And like her goal is to destroy the world. I feel like that'd be pretty popular actually. That's a really good VTuber idea. Anyone do that yet? I mean, the VTuber for a lot of things. I mean, VTubing in general is like very oversaturated, so I wouldn't be surprised. But I feel like it's a good one. It's a little like misanthropic, I guess. But as long as you are lighthearted about it, I guess, and you don't take it seriously, and it's just like for pretend, so it's just for fun. I feel like it'd be a popular idea. Someone should do it. Like very similar design, like she's an evil VTuber girl, and she's like, hey everybody, join my army. give me 10 subs, and we'll activate, you know, the space cannon. And create tanks and uniforms. Huh? I don't know, something like that. There has to be has to be one out there? Maybe. I haven't seen it, but then again, there are a lot of VTubers. I mean, it's as, you know, VTuber variety is as varied as, like, just content creation just in general, I guess. A lot of channels for, like, everything. Oh, come on. It's... Ah! I'm not clicking fast enough. I need to remember to click that. I'm dual wielding, I'm pressing spacebar and clicking at the same time. It's crazy. Come on, it's 429 billion left. That's so much. I'm just focusing on just smashing the freaking spacebar. Ah, it's not gonna be enough, is it? I'm gonna spend all this time and lose. Oh, come on. It's gonna be very disappointing. Damn it! It's not enough! Enough. Not enough. I guess I shouldn't have been just wasting my time just yapping too much. I've been yapping too much. Not actually focusing on just pressing the buttons fast enough. Freaking, I'm just upping random things. Go, go, go. 26 seconds. It's not enough. I'm doing it anyway. Ah! Favorite syrup? Syrup. Oh, I don't think I have a favorite syrup. I mean, I'm Canadian, so I guess I'm obligated to say maple syrup, though I don't know. I haven't really eaten maple syrup in a long time, I feel like. I don't think I... Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember a time I ate maple syrup recently. Anyway, you lose. Damn it! Well, I guess we just lose. Can we not continue? And... Alright. I kind of don't want to end. It's disappointing. I want to win. I guess I'll do it again. This time I'll just be more focused about it. Hold skip. I'm gonna skip this. Let's do it again. This time I'm gonna be very, very focused. I'm gonna be pressing spacebar the entire time, and I'm gonna be like on it. You know, I'm mid-maxing. Here's freaking Space Chan, or not Space Chan, Annihilation Chan. I don't care. Hurry up. I don't care about your words and your deeds. I simply need a kill. I'm the one-man killing machine. And you're flabbergasted? I don't know. It's like what kind of syrup is there even? I only know maple syrup. What other kind of syrup is there in general? I don't know actually. But is there any other kind of syrup? Is there only maple syrup? I'm trying to think actually, I don't know, like, what other syrup would there be? Death syrup? We're creating a lot of death syrup, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like we need to reduce growth as fast as possible, otherwise the organisms will grow too much, right? In the beginning. We need to destroy them as fast as possible. I even noticed, you know, at the end, I guess the world was kind of like full of like trees and grass, you know, it's like it was already overpopulated already. So I gotta kill them like early and not waste time, I guess. We have to do it early. Come on. You have no idea? Yeah, you asked the question you didn't even know the answer to. Can't do that, that's cheating. Alright. I'm really focused on murdering these organisms. Not people, probably. Did the game say people? I don't know, but totally not people for like, so I don't get banned, you know, reasons. It's just, you know, it's just organisms, that's all. Nondescript organisms. That has very, very similar parallels to real life, but don't worry about it. You know, like, for some reason Black Friday zombies cause destruction, like the destruction of like capitalism and like consumption for some reason is like killing people, I don't know. Something like that. I click on you, click on this. Reduce growth. We're not losing enough growth, I feel like. I'm getting tired. Don't feel like I'm pressing the button for so much, but I gotta like to be efficient. I'm gonna get like what's it called? Carpal tunnel syndrome. You know, I'm afraid of getting carpal tunnel syndrome. I don't think I ever gotten it, but I always definitely rest my hand in a weird, awkward position. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. But that's like the boogeyman, you know? If anyone who uses a computer, they're gonna get carpal tunnel syndrome or something. But I can't exactly rest my elbow, like, you know, like parallel, because to reduce it, you have to like make your like arm be parallel to the ground. But I don't have a way to do that. Well, I have to like move away from the keyboard, I guess. I have the like keyboard tray, but I usually put the little elbow rests under the keyboard tray because I don't know, I'm blind, I guess. Because if I move away too far, I can't see. I like to be close to the computer screen, you know? Alright, 1 billion. They've already reached 1 billion. These parasitic organisms. What the heck? My god. My god. Reduce growth. The original sin is life. Lol. I swear, I did play, yeah, Divinity Original Sin 2, I think. I never played Divinity Original Sin 1, but I played the second one, if I remember correctly. It was like a really long RPG. CRPG, I guess? But, like, kind of, well, it's the same developers as Baldur's Gate 3, you know? It's in the same vein. Just in a different world and rule set. But same gameplay, a very similar gameplay anyway. Tactical RPG. Which I really like. And, you know, I might as well rant about that, by the way. You know, I ranted about it before, I'm gonna say it again. But I remember when Baldur's Gate 3 got very popular. It still kind of is, but, you know, it's been tapering off. I feel like. But Baldur's Gate 3, you know, it was one of the... I think one of the best games last year, I think. Game of the Year of 2023 or 2024? I don't know. I actually don't remember exactly. I mean, I think it's Game of the Year for 2023, right? Like one of the best games ever made, basically. That people have a lot of, gave a lot of praise to it, you know? And I played it on the channel. I'm still editing the episodes on it, so you can watch the VODs. Just that if you want to see like the edited videos, it's gonna take a million years because it's so much footage to edit. It cut down, you know, so it doesn't like take a million hours like to get through. That's what I'm trying to do anyway, because that's how I used to do it. I used to just cut in 1 hour of the VOD, like raw, and just have it as an episode. Which is, I don't know, just not very easy to share on YouTube. You don't want to watch that, I guess. Or they're less likely to watch it anyway. That's why I'm focusing my efforts on just editing it down, which is not that much editing. I don't do like funny meme edits necessarily or anything like that. I'm just cutting it, you know, so like it's just less time, you know, just watching the game. So like the pacing feels faster, you know, because I'm cutting out like filler dialogue or like stuff that doesn't matter, side quests that don't matter, I'm cutting some of the moves, you know, because in the tactical RPG, you know, sometimes it takes so long to get through like one battle that you get kind of bored if you just watch it the whole time. I feel like it is getting to the point where I have to cut out like stuff like that. To me, it seemed like important information, but maybe, you know, you don't have to like see every single step of the battle. I guess just the important parts. I don't know. Anyway, the Baldur's Gate 3 is a very popular game. One of the complaints that I've read about, and I don't know how popular of a sentiment it is, but it is a criticism that someone had about the game, is that they didn't like the tactical aspects of Baldur's Gate 3. You know, Baldur's Gate 3, the idea is like very similar to other tactics RPGs, like Disgaea, I guess, or Final Fantasy Tactics, or Tactics Ogre, Let Us Think Together, you know, those kind of games, which I like anyway. So I'm biased, but you know, it's the idea is like it's turn-based, and then you move your characters around each turn, you know, and then it's like one step above just pure turn-based RPG where your position matters. You know, you have to move around and then attack or whatever, use an ability. I guess if people are familiar with XCOM, that's a very similar idea too. At least the modern XCOM, I think. A very similar idea. I don't know, does the original XCOM have the same thing? I can't remember. Obviously, the original XCOM is like a lot older. It was 2D, I think. There you go, I reduced the population growth for 1%, but they're still growing. I still gotta like get rid of them. Alright. What was I saying? Like, the Baldur's Gate 3 had a tactics turn-based RPG combat, and someone did complain, you're like, oh, it's so slow, you know? It's not as good as the other CRPGs, right? In the similar genre. Because Baldur's Gate 3 is based on CRPGs. Very confusing terminology, because CRPG means computer role-playing game, but you play a lot of games on the computer, so there's a weird distinction. But you know, the idea is that it's the computer version of the tabletop style role-playing games is the idea. You know, the ones where you like roll a dice, you know, you have like a character sheet, you write stuff on a piece of paper, you know, pen and paper, Dungeons and Dragons, that idea, you know. That's the whole point. So Baldur's Gate 3 is kind of like based on that because it's a sequel to the original Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which were CRPGs. And in those games, in the previous Baldur's Gate games, the combat, I think would be real time. I don't know if there's an option to make it turn-based. I don't remember. I know some games had that option. But for the most part, you know, it was real time. So it was kind of like a real-time strategy game instead. Like you control like a group of party members and characters, and then when a battle starts, there's like dun dun, you know, the music starts. And sometimes there's an option to pause, I guess, but otherwise, your characters would just attack. You know, there's no turns to do. You would just go up and then slap each other with swords. You know, that's the idea. But what I don't like about that though is that it just ends up being like a Zerg rush for the most part, right? And the gameplay tends to be mindless and not as fun, in my opinion, as the tactical aspects of the RPG. So I do feel like the tactical-based, turn-based RPG gameplay was way more fun than just simply like grouping your units and then just blobbing the enemy. You know, I mean, sometimes you use spells, I guess, but that's annoying to use in little combat. That's not really fun. Anyway. Selecting the parts that go in the video is hard. From experience by formatting the channel, you have to take care of a large amount of footage. Yeah, that's what I was saying about editing, yeah. Again, when I do editing, it's not very fancy, it's just very like quick cuts. I just cut a lot of like rambling. You know, for example, this part, if I'm rambling a whole lot, I probably cut this part out, you know. Any part where it's like, I feel like it's just taking too long. You know, I just want to, at least for the video anyway, you want the action to like go a little bit faster. You want to see progress, or like you want to like see the cutscene already, you know, let's hurry up, you know, basically. That's how I feel anyway, to make the video go faster. That, you know, people have less attention span. Though my videos still tend to be like an hour long anyway, so I don't know. So I don't know how to make like a 15-minute video, because that's what you really want. You want like a 10 or 15-minute video? I don't know how to do that. That's really hard for me, because I feel like if I make a 10-15-minute video, like it wouldn't make sense. Like all the context is lost and there's no, I don't know, I'm not like a person that has like funny moments, you know, top 10 funny moments in Baldur's Gate 3, like I don't know how to do that. I don't make funny moments. I just play the game. You know? That's my goal. Anyway. But yeah, so Baldur's Gate 3 had like real-time, or not real-time, but the turn-based tactical RPG combat, which is different from a lot of CRPGs and its predecessors, which were more like real-time combat. And yeah, in this one guy said he much preferred like the real-time stuff because it's more action or whatever. I can see the characters do. They go like, you know, it'll be more fun that way, right? But I don't know, I disagree. And I'm just creating a straw man argument, I guess, or straw doll argument, I don't know what to call it, but basically I think that's a dumb idea because actually it's more boring because all you're doing is Zerg rushing everybody, like in StarCraft, you know, what's the point? It's not fun. You're just watching your characters attack, you know? It's the same problem I have with other games, like real-time strategy games, and also, like action RPGs, which are also kind of confusing, because what do you mean by action RPG? Like Diablo-style action RPGs, right? A Path of Exile, like where you're like controlling one character and you're moving them with the mouse, and then you're just clicking on mobs, and then they swing their sword and whatever. Like, I don't know, it doesn't feel right, because it doesn't feel like there's any consequences to your actions, you know? You're just mindlessly just clicking on stuff until the enemy dies. And really, the strategy that goes into it is like before the battle, not during the battle, but before the battle, because whether or not you win the battle is based on your equipment, you know, or like your build or whatever, like how much HP you have, how much damage can you do, that sort of thing. So it just becomes that. You just spend all day just min-maxing your characters and like picking the right abilities, making the right build, and stacking all the buffs. And then you go into battle, you watch your characters do the thing, you're not really doing anything, and then you did it, you won! And it's like, I don't know. Some people are into that, I guess. Some people are again, like, they like numbers go up and everything, but I'm the opposite. I like the action to be not before the battle, but during the battle. I get to, like, choose, make decisions, you know, during the battle. So that's why I like tactics gameplay much better. Even though it is slow at times, because, you know, it takes a long time to get through all the turns. I don't know, it just feels more satisfying. What else? I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I was gonna say as well, I actually played a game, what do you call it? I think it was called Pathfinder. I played the second one, I think, because I think I read how, like, the second one is more interesting. But that's the idea, right? Pathfinder, I think, is the epitome of that gameplay that I described, you know, where you're like, you just min-max your characters before the battle even starts. And then you stack like 1,000,000 buffs, you know? And that's what you do. That's how you win in Pathfinder. I guess. What's it called? Pathfinder... I actually don't remember the full name. Actually, I don't remember. Pathfinder something. Pathfinder 2, basically. I think it's the one where you become a god, I think, you know, something like that. I don't know. I played it for a little bit. I couldn't finish it. I don't know. Because again, the combat just wasn't very interesting to me. And it's the same problem I had with a lot of CRPGs. I play a lot of CRPGs off screen, actually. I play a lot of them. I played Tyranny. I played Pillars of Eternity. You know? I play a lot of CRPGs, actually. But I never finished any of them. I even played the original Baldur's Gate, actually. I mentioned that in my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. But I actually finished Baldur's Gate 3. I never finished Baldur's Gate 1. And obviously I didn't play Baldur's Gate 2 because it's like a direct sequel to the first one. Number 3 though, obviously it's not. It's kind of like a modern, it feels like more like a modern spin-off, to be honest. Like Baldur's Gate 3 really is, it's more of a business move to like call it Baldur's Gate 3, but it's really more of like not really a sequel, to be honest. It's more of a spin-off, and there's a bunch of cameos, you know, from the first 2 games, but like, it's not really direct. It's not really a direct continuation, to be honest. From what I can tell, anyway. Do I enjoy tactics of board games? It depends on the board game, I guess. Not really. Like when you say tactics board game, I think of chess. I'm not really good at chess, so probably not. But I like tactics RPGs though. Anyway, but yeah, Pathfinder 2. I can't remember what it's called though. Pathfinder... Wrath of the Gods or something like that? I could be wrong. Wrath of the something? Wrath of the something. I don't know. That's what I remember anyway. Oh yeah, I should be spending my upgrades. Hurry up. Stop talking, just upgrade. Come on, hurry up. I really gotta hurry up. Upgrade these. Yeah, my hands are getting, my fingers getting so tired. Oh god. This is a chore. Who knew it would be such a chore to murder all the organisms on Earth? Well, it takes so long. It's hard work. Hopefully I'm doing better. I don't know. I did talk too long. I feel like I really should spending my stuff. I need to spend all my things so that I don't waste time. Because that's the problem I had last time. I wasn't spending all my currency. Because I'm not spending all my currency, I'm not getting the most optimal mid-max numbers. I feel like I should like upgrade. I should max out Annihilation Chan too. God. Okay. It's looking juicy. Is it juicy? It's very tiring. I was also talking about... what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, CRPGs. Yeah, I was gonna rant about CRPGs just in general. So other than the gameplay of a lot of CRPGs, it's like real time, and it's like, to me, kind of boring because most of the success is really before the battle rather than after, or rather not after, but like during, you know? That's how I feel anyway, and it's ironic that someone says like, oh, you know, it's much more cooler or action based if it's like real time, but like not really, because you don't really get to control, you know, all the action your character does. It's kind of like automatic. It's like, especially like a lot of CRPGs, your character just kind of slaps their like sword around, you know, and just look really silly. I remember in Baldur's Gate 1, it's just like you slap the enemies a little bit until they explode into little giblets, and that's kind of it, you know. I mean, the giblets are funny, but you know, I don't know, there's not a lot of things you actually do during the combat, so it doesn't feel very engaging. But I was also going to mention as well, like a lot of CRPGs, what's missing compared to a lot into Baldur's Gate 3, and to be fair, Baldur's Gate 3 had a lot of work put into it. But basically, the body language and the cutscenes and everything, right? It felt more immersive in Baldur's Gate 3. Also, I think I almost won, so let me just slow down real quick. But I was gonna... Oh, okay, I won. I was gonna... let me finish my thought. Well, okay, the ultimate test. We are the final breath of agony. Kill me, slay me, end me. Okay. Do not hesitate, for I am unworthy of your pity. Then you will take your last breath, the final gasp of air, leaving your trembling body. Fulfill humanity's purpose through your death. Can you wait a moment? I was gonna finish my thought about CRPGs. Are you gonna repeat your same thing? Okay, okay. While she like talks about killing her, let me just mention CRPGs. I want to summarize real quick. Compared to Baldur's Gate 3, a lot of CRPGs I played does not... It doesn't really match in terms of cinematic immersiveness, I feel like. Because people always say, like, in all these CRPGs, you can do anything. You can, like, take over the world. You can become God. You can, like, you know, I don't know, destroy, like, an entire empire or whatever. Or go Super Saiyan 4. I don't know. But like every time, every CRPG I play, whenever that happens, it's just text, you know? It's like, and thus you become God, and then power surges through you, and then that's it. Like, I don't know, like you don't see it, you know? Like, for example, like in a lot of CRPGs, like you choose the option, here's a guy, and it's like, stab the guy, don't stab the guy, you know, or whatever. And then you choose stab the guy, and it's like, and then the text is like, and then you pick up the knife, and then you put the, you gouge out the guy's eye, and he screams and suffers. But then the actual animation is just a little sprite, and it goes like, oof, you know, it's like, oof, and then, like Roblox, and then he just falls over, and that's it. And it's like, what? I don't know, like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm the type of person that can't, like, imagine an apple or something like that, but when it's just described through text, it's just kind of boring. I don't know. But the difference in Baldur's Gate 3 is that when you choose the option to stab the guy, your character goes up and stabs the guy. Like you see it, you know, and then you take the freaking knife and you freaking stab the guy in the eye, and he's like, ah, and you actually see him like going, like his body, like there's actual body language and like motion capture, you know, and it's like and then it's blip, you know, it's like, I don't know, it's like that's way cooler. That's why I like Baldur's Gate 3. Another reason why I like it over a lot of CRPGs, even though that might be blasphemy, and that's, I feel like, you know, an opinion that a lot of people have, you know, in a lot of CRPGs, like, oh, you can do a lot of things in this game. It's like, it's all described through text, though. It's kind of, boring. I want to see it, man. Anyway. Alright, okay. I'm done ranting about CRPGs. The ultimate test is near, with a final breath of agony. Kill me! Slay me! Haha! Oh, that's violent. Anyway. Headshot! Alright, and now time to unalive myself, by the way. This is a dark game, you know, like, it's supposed to be kind of like dark humor and everything. It's like, what the... It's... Sure, why not? Alright. Boop. You know? Hey, that's me. You know, that is the kind of like the end goal. And anytime there's like a villain, you know, in like fiction or whatever, like an anime or like a video game or movie or whatever it is, it's always like, I'm going to kill everyone, you know, and what happens if you killed everyone? I guess I'll kill myself, you know, like that's the end goal, isn't it? I don't know. At the end of the day, you just kill everyone and then you just kill yourself, you know? That's kind of silly. And there you go. Kind of a dark ending. I mean, obviously, the whole point is that you're destroying everybody, so I guess it's not really that deep. But for something as tagged as like dark humor, you know, not that funny, actually. You just kind of kill it, that's it. I don't know. Oh well. But there you go. I mean, it's what it says in the tin. It says, you know, you would be in a death cult, and then you literally killed everybody. So, I mean, I guess there's no twist to it. You just do it, right? I mean, I feel like this game would be more interesting if there was some kind of choice to it, you know? Some kind of twist, maybe, like, you don't kill. I mean, is there an I don't know if there's an option. I feel like this game's not meant to be like that. It's just a very small gimmick, I guess, where you quite literally just kill everyone. I don't know, it's funny because it does invoke that trope, though. It is a common trope. A lot of villains in media literally do this. They're like, I'm going to kill everyone on Earth. I'm gonna do it, guys. And usually the superheroes kind of stop them. I mean, actually kind of cool, actually, if there's actually, like... I don't know. I don't know if this game needs more depth. I don't know if the developer will even do more of this. It's an interesting idea. It's just, you know, if you wanted to add more depth, it would be like to add more events, you know, where like an actual good guy, right, would try to stop you or something, you know, and you have like choices and decisions, and maybe you would like decide, maybe I shouldn't be killing everyone, you know, probably a bad idea, and then you betray the cult and try not to kill everyone, you know, and have different endings, you know, depending. I don't know. That would be interesting, but I guess, you know, not that deep of a game. I think it's just supposed to be like a silly kill everyone game, and that's it, I guess. Again, kind of dark at the end, though. Kind of gory at the end. You actually see the headshot. Do bullets go through the head that cleanly? I don't know. I can't remember if... Like, there's always... I remember there was like a Mythbuster video, or not really, I don't know if it was Mythbusters, but like, it's like a thing where like, when you shoot somebody in the head, depending on the caliber, you know, it doesn't always explode, I guess, as you would see on like, video games, I guess? I don't know, anyway. But there you go. So that's it for this game. I don't know if I'll turn it into a video. I mean, it's interesting enough, because, I don't know, it's kind of dark, but... I mostly just kind of rambled through most of it, though. But maybe. If I turn this into a video, so let me do my usual sign-off then, in that case. So I guess if you didn't know... Actually, I usually give my final thoughts, though. I guess I already did, though. Never, whatever. Let me do my sign-off, okay. So, that was it for fantastic Annihilation. If you are watching the video or the VOD, if you didn't know, then I stream these games live, so you can subscribe to my YouTube channel and change the notification bell from personalized to all to get notified when I go live. You can also check out my Twitter and Twitch as well. But there you go. Thanks for watching. Until next time. See you then. Alright, so that's what I'll cut. I guess I'll exit full screen. You know, this is a browser game, by the way. I mean, is there a different ending? don't know. It's just dark. It's just dark. That was just dark. I don't know. That's it. You just kill her and nothing. The ending was a masterpiece, apparently. That's what the comments say. Yeah, I don't know. It was alright. I like the anime girl. Too bad we had to kill her. I guess, you know, it's exactly what you asked for, I guess. That's the whole point. Alright. So, also, yeah, see ya, Sergeant, by the way. But I guess I'll also do my actual sign-off, general, for the stream. Let's transition to this. And say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, noon Eastern time, at least around noon. I started late today. Around noon, sometime in the noon, sometime in the afternoon, I don't know. And I guess, yeah, I mean, that'll be it for this stream, so next week I'll be doing something else. But yeah, today was To Eat a God. Again, too bad that the visual novel wasn't finished. I was hoping to be like a full story, you know? And then at least I can be able to like judge it properly, I guess. Overall, it's okay, but I probably won't be able to. Like, I probably won't do the whole thing. If it ever, you know, the full story ever comes out, I probably won't do the whole thing. But I guess it was okay. Again, it was interesting for what it was, I guess. And fantastic Annihilation as well. I don't know if it's fun, you know, it's like, it definitely, like, it's on the border, I don't know, it's like, it's on the border of getting me banned, I don't know, it's like literally genocide, and also you killed the anime girl at the end, it's like, I don't know, am I allowed to do this? Am I allowed to, like, stream that game? Was I allowed to do it? I don't know, hopefully no one reports me, and I get banned. Look, I didn't make the game, okay, the developers made the game, I just played it, okay? I don't know. That's probably not. That's not an argument you can make at court. Anyway, hopefully it's fine. You know, I do put a little warning. You know, I put a little warning. I pin a little message that says, like, you know, some of the games I play might be disturbing. So I don't know. I like the anime girl though. I don't know. Again, the only reason I played the game was because the anime girl. It looks cute. It's like, I'm gonna kill everyone. And it's like, that's so cute. You know, it's like it's funny when it comes out of like a little anime girl. When it's just a normal guy, it's like, I'm going to kill everyone. And it's like, oh, everybody's like, downvote. No way. That's what the hell? What is this creep saying? But like when that like a cute anime girl does it, it's like, oh, so cute. You know, she's going to kill everyone. Haha. You know, that's how I feel anyway. But yeah. All right. But you know, that'll be it for today. So I guess that's it. I guess, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.